Hello, and to whom this may concern. Ah, yeah, I know I was supposed to be here at 7. Hang on. Is the audio connected correctly? Not quite. Now it is. Fixed it. So I've just had a whole week of Tales of Arise. And I've got a few more Tales of Arise next week. It's hanging in there. It's taken me some sweet time. A few of the sessions of that game, I've been a little drowsy. Not gonna lie. Um, it's been difficult to hang in there for longer sessions. For some reason, I've just been tired brain. Maybe it's because I've been trying to do too many Tales of Arise streams, like one every day. If I have to be there for like 6-ish hours every single night, and then I rush some work afterwards, and then have an emergency sleep for as quick as I can, and then I have to be right back there again, I guess your brain doesn't really recover as well as when you have a day off in between streaming days. I think that's it. That might be the only reason why. Hey, Sham. Hey, are you back yet? Are you still on hotel Wi-Fi? Just enjoying this princess juice. Enjoy the juice. Switch hands. When the juice starts to get a bit samey, you switch hands and start sipping from the other side of the mug. It's like having a mistress. Ah. You landed half an hour ago. I'm surprised you haven't crashed out yet. You should be face down on a mattress somewhere. Your body's still trying to figure out when it's supposed to sleep and when it's not. Jet lagging away. Oh, there you are, worn out. Like I thought. You're going to have a couple of those weird sleeps where you get tired and fall asleep at times you don't normally, and then you wake up at times that you shouldn't. Until it all sorts itself out. To be honest, when you start going back to work, that's probably what will sort it out. Because then you're forced to wake up at certain times, and you'll be even more exhausted once you're done. You're at the airport since 12 yesterday. Oh, did you get stuck in one of those airport time loops of planes getting pushed back, and you just sort of like living at the airport, waiting for something to happen? Ah. It's a really satisfying cup of princess juice today. It's buzzing me good. I woke up funny this afternoon. I don't know what the deal was. It felt like I hadn't slept at all, but I had. Nom, nom, nom. I'm gonna call that person Chechnya because I know that country. Chechnya had her flight back to America at 3. Oh, so you had to be at the airport early for her. And then you guys just hung around. Cheyenne. I knew a Cheyenne. Back in South Africa when I was a little kid, there was a little girl in my suburb called Cheyenne. Wow, that's a flashback. My mum was friends with her mum. Wouldn't see them very often, but they'd been friends since they were younger. I think they had kids around the same time, so we were like the same age. You had to wait in Brisbane for 5 to 6 hours. I mean, that's the smart way to do it. Build in the redundancy in case it fucks you around. Because 50% of the time, it's like such a 50-50 with airports. 50% of the time, they will screw you about. So if you give yourself that extra leeway, it's not that big a deal. I mean, it's good chill time. There's something to be said for periods of dead time where you don't have to do anything. You've got nowhere to be. There's nothing you can do. you can just kind of like exist in like purgatory for a bit. I find that really relaxing because in my real life, I always live with the anxiety that I have things to do. I have work to do. I have streaming to do. I would love to do even more around that stuff, like editing for my YouTube, but I can't even get the time to do. Then I go to fucking sleep, and I only manage like 4 hours, and it's like, it's constant bullshit. And then you get stuck in an airport for like 5 hours, and it's like, you know what? These 5 hours are just brain empty. You know what I mean? I'm just going to stare at a wall, and I'm going to accept the fact that this is forced relaxation time. I don't have to do anything. I couldn't do anything if I wanted to. I just have to exist. I get to sit there quietly and just not think, not speak, not interact, just stare. Just look at the wall. It's so good. Or play games on your phone. That's probably what I would end up doing anyway. Why is my phone dinging so much? What the hell's up with y'all? Oh, okay, I see. This is one of those moments where, like, all the memes and messages that I sent throughout the afternoon to, like, Instagram and Facebook, it's only right after I start streaming that my phone starts dinging with people actually, like, reacting to them. Awesome. Ah, you know what's a good thing to do when you're just, like, in one of the situations where you just have to sit around? Like, when I went to Melbourne, for some film work. I had to like crew on a commercial shoot, and they put you in a hotel, and you're there. They put you I ended up there by midday. Flight was in the morning. I was there by midday. Checked into the hotel, and there was a dinner with someone that night to go over the shoot in the morning, because the morning was going to be a really early shoot, so we had to be there the day before. And the only thing we were doing that day was checking in the hotel at midday, and then nothing until the 1 to 2 hour dinner with some guy that was going to go over like what we were going to do in the morning, and that was it. So like the entirety of that day was me just lying in a hotel bed, playing nonogram puzzles on my phone, just doing nonogram after nonogram. Picross. That puzzle goes by many names if you don't know nonogram. And the entire time I was at dinner, it was a paid-for dinner, so, you know, that was nice. I was just chilling, eating Asian food on someone else's dollar. The entire time I was thinking of just being back in the hotel bed. I was like, I gotta eat anyway, but I can't wait to get back to the hotel and just, like, lie there and do fuck all again. That's why I don't want to go on vacation. I have no motivation to see things or do things. If I end up somewhere where I can't do any of my actual real life stuff, I'm just gonna lie there and veg out and play stupid logic puzzles on my phone for 10 hours straight until I have to get up because I have to shit or eat. It's gonna be a complete waste of a plane ticket because I could do that at home if I had to. You ended up buying different manga before leaving. Ended up watching YouTube, listen to music. Yeah, see, that's the part of the vacation that's the most important, I think. People like to go on vacation to see the world, do activities. Like, they got to fill their time, but what your brain really wants is to deactivate. It wants to lie there and not feel responsibilities. It wants to listen to music and just play stupid phone games. With nowhere to be, nothing to do. I think that's the great reset. The problem is, like, I can't just spend plane ticket money to go somewhere to do that. I could literally go, like, lie on the floor in the other room and technically do the same thing. I just know I won't because I want to do a lot of stuff here. And I just don't get a chance to. I got short films I should probably try to finish as well. When the fuck am I going to do that? We would have just played Steam Deck, different temples and shrines. Amazing. If only Assassin's Creed Shadows was out, you could hang out at a Japanese shrine while playing a Steam Deck game as a black samurai destroying a Japanese shrine. I've been seeing that footage going around a lot on Twitter, actually. People are trying to use some early demonstrative gameplay footage of Assassin's Creed Shadows of someone playing as Yasuke, the Black Samurai, basically just wreaking havoc in some shrine, like destroying the paper walls, kicking down the bamboo, stabbing civilians, kicking over tables, like basically just going apeshit nuts. It's the kind of thing you do to show off like the physics and the simulation-y aspect, like how the NPCs react, how much stuff you can destroy and all that. But the footage is being kicked around by the by all the, I don't know what to call them. You know the people on Twitter right now that are trying their best to basically like tarnish Ubisoft and are trying to tear that game down? Like, they started out by doing the whole like anti-woke stuff, right? Which is what they usually do. Like, here are all the reasons this game is going to be trash because this looks woke, this whatever. They started out doing that, but now they've switched to look at how much Ubisoft is. You're always trying to tarnish Ubisoft. I mean, they're an easy target for the most part because they just do what they do. Just happens to be like something I enjoy. But no, what was I saying? Oh yeah, they've switched tactics now to showing off that footage of Yasuke just wreaking havoc and just destroying the shrine and killing all these NPCs, and basically saying about how like, look at how culturally insensitive and offensive Ubisoft is, which I thought was really weird. I thought that was a really weird double take from them, because by switching to that tactic, like, doesn't that technically mean they're being woke now? Like, that's kind of a woke outlook, isn't it? To like complain that a game is offensive because it's not being respectful of another culture's culture, I guess is one way you can put it. Like, if I had complained about something like that in some game, those same people would jump down my throat for being woke, for whining about being offended by some stupid shit in a game. They'd be like, oh, it's a game, what the fuck, you can get off your high horse. I'm like, I don't understand anymore. Like, these tactics don't go together. I'll just down your throat whenever you want. Are you secretly Jay? Did Jay hijack Sham's account? Ah, that's why I called them. That's why I called them anti-Ubisofts, by the way, because normally I'd call people like that anti-wokes or whatever. You know, there's a couple of terms you could use, but the fact that they're both being anti-woke and also being woke, depending on which argument they're going with, it's like, I feel like it doesn't matter what the argument is. You're basically just looking for any excuse to try to force any new Ubisoft game to fail. Which is still weird to me. I don't know why people still champion for games to fail. Like, I like games. I want games to be good. I want them to succeed. Even if they're mid, it's like, that's playable. I'm okay with mid. You went to a fairy cafe? Whoa, they got fairy cafes? I know they've got cat cafes and maid cafes, but I didn't know about fairy. I didn't even know they were into fairies. Wow, this water is really refreshing. Hang on. Ooh. Melting ice fairies. I have no idea what that means. They're fairies that melt ice. So you can't have a good cold drink. They ruin it for you. They're basically goblins. I made them dance for our enjoyment. Crack the whip. Wait, were they fairy statues made of ice that were like gradually melting? I'm still trying to catch up. They made you alcoholic beverages right in front of it. Oh, is this kind of like the cocktail bartender thing where they do cool stuff and make you a fancy drink. Neat. My brain went straight to Tom Cruise in Cocktail, doing the cup flinging. Except, in this case, probably Japanese girls. Dressed like fairies. I'm hoping that's where the fairy part comes in. It was kind of awkward. That's kind of like the, what are those restaurants called where you go to where the table's round and the chef is in the middle of you with the big hot plate thing and he does all the cooking, chopping tricks and he flicks the food in your mouth and stuff. I always found that was kind of like an awkward thing. That's kind of like the point, I guess. It's like having a birthday dinner. It's awkward and embarrassing, but like it's sort of the point. Why is everyone dinging me? Jesus Lord. So many dings. You did a ghost tour. I don't think I could do that. I'd be too snarky. I don't believe in any of that shit, so I would just be an asshole the entire time, nitpicking everything. Show me your ghosts. Some fucking teenage girl's gonna come out in like a bedsheet, going like ooh, and I'm just gonna punt her out of a window. It's like, look, ghost was tangible, it wasn't even real. She's a ghost now. That was a 3-story drop. It's an Italian dude? An Italian dude named Aaron in Japan doing ghost tours is such a weirdly specific thing. He tells you about real-life murders and makes you walk through a pathway in the bamboo forest while it's pitch black. And then murders you. I don't know if I trust Aaron. Next time you see in the paper, they're still looking for some Italian serial killer in the bamboo forest. You're like, oh shit. No wonder half of my my tour group went missing. I guess I was one of the lucky ones. What is a random Italian ghost hunter doing in Japan? His knife struck you, Tanga. Luckily, you heard him coming. It's impossible for him to be stealthy because anytime he tries to sneak up behind a target, all you can hear is, "It's a me, Aaron." Oh shit. Aaron's coming at me. The problem is his stabbing technique involves leaping. He jumps at you to get you from above, and every time he jumps, or you can hear him coming as well because he's like wahoo. It's like if you hear the wahoo, step to the side. You're gonna take one to the neck. He jump scared you in the forest. He pops out the bamboo like, it's Aaron's brother, Walu Aaron. La. He's dressed the same, except he's like got the reverse color overalls, and it's like the same letter but flipped on the front. The big W. God damn it, Walu Aaron. Fucking troublemaker. Yeah. Basically just looks like Aaron's twin, except with a really big nose and a mustache. We call him Anti-Aaron. Aaron inverted. You bet a bartender called Don? Don sounds like he's in the Yakuza. Visit him when he was... Poor Don. These drunk Australians just won't leave. Oh, they're back again. Jesus. I shouldn't have friended up. Oh wait, you ran into him at a club, as in like he wasn't bartending. He was just there. Like you just happened to run into him doing his own nightlife shenanigans. Who? Don will remember you forever. There's a picture of the Australians on the wall of his bar now. Will not be forgotten. My friends. I can't help but picture Don like a character from the Yakuza video games. Like a real caricature. Like someone you meet on a side quest. Why do you have water? Drink. Don's gonna kill you. It's gonna destroy your liver. He has a he probably has an immunity. He's built an immunity. One you do not have. Do not follow Don into the void. How did you run into other Australians? Like that seems like a pretty mad coincidence. Are there a lot? Oh wait, are there like good deals going on right now to Osaka from Oz? Like flight deals? Because there might just be like periods of time where like lots of Australians will go at once. There's quite a few foreigners in Osaka. You know who's up there right now? Um, Hassan. Hassan Piker. I saw some clips from recent streams of his where he's just streaming from like a hotel in Japan somewhere. Don't exactly know what he's doing up there or why. Interesting coincidence. You should have jumped on one of his live streams, Sham, and been like, "Hey, I'm here as well." Like, get on the stream, party with Hassan and his friends, end up on his stream for real. I should look up if he's there for any particular reason or if it's just a vacation. Go eat some raw horse meat. Does it have to be raw? Or can you cook it? I don't know if... I'm down for horse meat, but I don't know about raw. It was fucking nasty. Ah, I was willing to try it. I just didn't like the raw part. There was some recent pics on Twitter actually of him and a friend of his at a maid cafe. Except they were dressed as maids and they were doing this whole bit where they were like, I guess pretending to work at the maid cafe and doing the whole kawaii in the cute frilly dress thing. They're having a good time. I feel like I would do that if someone offered. It's like, hey, do you want to do a bit where we all dress as in frilly things and pretend to be maid cafe maids? And I'd be like, yeah, sure. Let's make YouTube videos out of it. It'd be fun. Although, you know, people inevitably end up posting pics of you on Twitter in order to be kind of dicks. Like most of the posts I saw of Hassan's maid cafe photos were being posted by rando conservatives with captions like, "Oh, this is why masculinity is failing, and this is why young men are moving to the right and abandoning the left," and all that kind of stuff. And I'm like, guys, just have some fun. Like, it's a bit. It's a joke. They're doing a thing. You don't have to make it political. That's how I found those photos, is people posting it like that, and I was like, you know what? I see what they're doing here. I'm not gonna get wrapped up in what y'all are doing. Kind of wish you went to a massage parlor. Depends on what you want to go to one for, because they're not all created equal. They're very different. Some of them are like legit, like just actual massage parlors, and then there's the sus ones. You got harassed by 10 different massage. Oh, they're trying to street heckle you in. They got spruikers. I don't know, like I don't know how you would choose which one to trust. Some of those places sketchy as hell. Like they'll probably try to rip. Some of them would probably try to rip you off. They're looking for like gullible Westerners. Next thing, your phone and wallet are gone. It's kind of like when it's kind of like walking the streets of like Thailand or something, where they've just got like the street prostitutes trying to drag you into all kinds of things, and it's like 8 out of 10 of these opportunities are probably something designed to grift me, or and end up with you with a disease. Heard they'll scam foreigners. Yeah, and I'm sure the scams are unpredictable too. Some probably just like overprice on purpose because foreigners don't have a good handle on what's worth what in their country. That's the lowest level. And then there's the ones where, you know, they might actually try to rip you off because they're like fucking mob-led joints. End up getting blackmailed out of some money or something scary. Or like they'll lure you in for a normal innocent massage, and then they'll like force the happy end sus part on you without even asking, hoping that you'll just go along with it because like you don't want to kick up a fuss or you're embarrassed, and so you just lie there like shell shocked and they do some stuff, and then the next thing like 3 or 4 fucking pimp-led thugs come in and shake you down for extra money for accepting the sus part that you were like dragged into against your will. Because that's something that happens in the West as well. In certain parts of the country, like in certain places like Vegas, sometimes you'll get like streetwalker types that will flirt with you and attempt to hook up with you in like your hotel room under the guise of like you're just hitting it off, and then only reveal that they're a prostitute afterwards. And the whole grift is that you don't know it's going to cost you money because you think you're just hitting off with some chick and you're just getting lucky. And then it turns out afterwards, once it's already done, that's like, oh no, I'm actually a hooker. You now owe me money. And if you kick up a fuss and like, wait, no, that's not, I didn't agree to this, or I don't actually have money or whatever, the pimp's already waiting in the corridor to come in and shake you down if you try to have any issue. I mean, I've never been to Vegas or the US in general, but I remember someone telling me about that you got to be careful with how you're flirted with, because there's in certain party countries like that, there are women um that'll pretend to flirt with you like it's a real thing, but they're actually just setting you up to get shaken down by a pimp. That's enough to make you paranoid. Yeah, you told me you didn't see the capybaras. I mean, you're just gonna have to go back. Don't even unpack your bag. Just go back on the website, see when the very next flight is. Go straight back. You gotta fix that problem. Oh, you took a day off to sleep after the mountain hike. See, instead of mountain hiking, you could have gone to look at capybaras. Who set your schedule? Unacceptable. Unacceptable. They made you hike. It sounds like your Japan trip was like 50-50 good and bad. The hike sounds like the bad part. Missing the capybaras sounds like the bad part. But it sounds like there was good parts too. You broke even. It's not bad. Mid-trip. It was so cold. It's been too hot here lately. I could use some so cold. Maybe I should go down there. Freeze my nipples off while laying in a pit of capybara. I'm going to set my schedule to avoid the pitfalls that you went through. Cross out the hikes, replace with capybara. Massage? Question mark. Mostly good, but you felt like crap. Yeah, sometimes you have to put enough distance between you and the thing to start to forget the annoying, shitty parts of how you felt and to only remember the good times. The more distant a memory, the more the good parts remain. Your least favorite part was dealing with a drunk Chechnya. Who spells Cheyenne that way? I've known, aside from that one little girl I knew when I was a kid, I have acquaintance met other Cheyennes, and I've never seen it spelt like that before. It's almost like how the American Indians would do it. Blacked out. Acknowledges that she's a bad drunk. Maybe shouldn't be doing it then. Maybe. You're gonna miss out on everything else. It's not worth it. Grinding up on everyone and blaming you for letting guys touch her? Girl. If you're going grind, then as far as I'm concerned, like, I'm talking bull in the China shop rules. You break it, you bought it. You make it hard, you ride it, basically. That's on you. Don't start the engine if you're not going to drive the car, bitch. It's probably an awful thing to say, but still. That's the problem with drunk people, is that they... The thing that annoys me the most is how... illogical drunk people are. They'll do something and then blame you for the thing, and it's like, you know what, motherfucker? I will suplex you. You're a big chungus in Japan. Oh yeah, there'd be so many skinny people there. The body types. She got a Patricia drunk alter ego. Man, Patricia gonna get smacked up. Patricia don't step right. But to be fair, Patricia might like that. Patricia a freak. You know what? This is actually on topic, gaming-wise, considering what country you just came back from. Did you see what game launched recently? I saw all the reviews have been dropping on IGN and the like. Where is it? Oh, here it is. Hang on. I feel like I need to bring this up. Oh, hang on. Let me bring the mic over here. I need to bring this up because we're talking Japan, so this is relevant. Where's my headphone? Where's my earbud? Oh, here it is. Yeah. This is what's currently launching if the review drops or anything to go by. Aw, shit, son. Hello Kitty Island Adventure, baby. Strap in. Major League Gaming. I'm gonna be all over this. I'm gonna be on the esports circuit. It's Little Kitty Mermaid. That's not Little Kitty, that's a bunny. Can you play it co-op? As like other Hello Kitty characters? Because there's a few... This is Animal Crossing, isn't it? This is fucking Animal Crossing with Zelda dungeons for some reason. Yeah, see, it's got cooking, it's got house renovation. Everything looks exactly like Animal Crossing except for the dungeon crawling they showed before. That was at least something different. I'm kind of curious how linear this is. If it's as open-ended as Animal Crossing, then kind of like, meh. I don't really... It'd be kind of a waste of time. But if this had more of a linear story objective-based kind of Zelda adventure nature to it, but just in a sort of an Animal Crossing vibe world, then I think I'd be more interested. Like, if it has a goal, if it has a direction, if you're working towards an ending of some kind, I'm in. Animal Crossing, but it's Hello Kitty. Hello Kitty. Meow. The American localization changed the name to Hello Pussy. It confused the market greatly. A lot of adults bought it thinking they were buying something else. Looks decent. Yeah, I mean it's it's easy to talk about a game like that like a joke. Like, hey, I'd play this like you're just joking around, but Animal Crossing is good. And if you make a good Animal Crossing knockoff, there's nothing wrong with that. That's playable. Hello, Manco. What's Manco? What's that mean? Is that monkey? Sounds like monkey. Astrobot. Oh, it's video game donkey. I saw a, it means pussy in Japanese. Oh, I didn't know that was... I had no idea that was the word... What the Japanese word for pussy is. You'd think I would have actually learnt that at some point, because that would be a funny word to know. I mean, I know the obvious ones that everyone knows from even watching like a tiny bit of anime. Like, everyone knows baka. Dakimasu. Soya. Hear that a lot. Kimchi. I mean, that's one you learn if you've seen any hentai. Plenty of kimchi. Sugoi. You did this. Oh, you did go to the Disney one. Sweet. Was there a Mario Land there, or was that part of some other theme park? Because I know there's a pretty crazy Super Mario Land theme park in Japan. I just don't know what it's attached to. It's either Universal Studios or it's Disneyland. Food and rides are decent, but the architecture of the park was sick. Yeah, let me double check that. Sorry, Hello Kitty. Super Nintendo World. Oh, it's Universal Studios Japan. Yeah, Universal Studios Japan has a Super Nintendo World section where the whole park just turns into like a Mario Land. We've watched videos on the stream of it before. Yeah. Look at this. Look, I'm gonna hang on. Look at this place. How sick would it be to explore this? I'm not gonna watch it properly. I'm just gonna skip through to look at the terrain. Bowser's Castle looks sick. Just the full black obsidian. Japan loves line culture. Some of them are 2 to 3 hours long. I don't think it's that they love line culture. I think it's just that they're so polite and orderly that they just don't care. Like, in America, people kick up a stink if they have to wait in lines, but in Japan, it's like, well, this is the rules. If I want to go in here, I have to line up, so that's what I'm going to do. It's just being respectful to, like, the order of the land. They're much better at that than Westerners. That's real? Yeah, this is in Universal Studios. There's a whole interior as well. There's like a cave system that you go down into like some underground parts where it's all like the Yoshi's Adventure Tunnel goes inside somewhere. There's a Donkey Kong Country section over there. Like to think that they see waiting in line as earning it. I mean, it essentially is. It's just, that's just not how Westerners generally think. Here's the Donkey Kong part. Oh, there's some CG Monkey Railroad. Oh, so there's the full thing. So it's about half Donkey Kong Land, half Super Mario Land. I watched like back on the Sunday stream where we looked at the whole thing. I remember looking at, what was it? It was like a video like walking around the park with some guests and just going through like the different kiosks and rides and the different entertainment sections and that. And there's some pretty clever stuff. Like when you first pay for entry, part of what you get with your ticket is this electronic bracelet that goes around your wrist like a gauntlet, and it's kind of like your own mini computer tracking your score while you're in the park. So like the sensor on the bracelet basically lets you interact with the park's digital features to make things happen with the terrain and to also like achieve certain things that add coins to your collection in your gauntlet. So like, for example, if you're walking around and there's like there's one of those golden coin blocks with the question mark on it. If you jump up and actually like hit it, like it knows you're hitting it because of the proximity to your wrist sensor. So as you're jumping and hitting it, it's actually flashing and doing the ding ding, like making the coin sound. And you can basically just boop it until it runs out of coins. Which is obviously specific to your, like once the bracelet knows that you've got all 10 coins out of the block, then it's useless to you now, and you have to go find a different one. So there's all kinds of stuff you can do around the whole park that like will add points and coins to your bracelet, which you can, I guess, trade in later for stuff. Stop bonking your head. I forget what some of the other examples are of the things you can activate with the your wristband. But that's like the main example, is hitting the coin blocks. There's like games and rides you can take part in where like it tracks your lives and your points through the wristband while you're doing interactive stuff with the other guests. Kind of like when you ride those roller coasters where you've got your own like mounted turret gun thing and shooting stuff, except the points and the stuff is all being controlled with your wrist thing. See, that I think is important because stuff like Nintendo Land and Mario in general, it's a digital entertainment medium. So if you're creating a physical theme park, I think you need to marry the idea of physical and digital in a clever way. Like it has to be high tech. And it sounds like that's what they nailed with this place. I think more gaming themed entertainment stuff could. It's kind of like you know how Disney did that Star Wars theme park, where it was like a fully immersive, like role playing experience, where you stay actually in like in a galactic hotel where you can see space out your window, but it's just like an LED, and you have like a character that's like either a rogue or like you have a character that's like planned out and built up, and you have to stay in character while you're there because you're actually like in a ARG experience. And the rides and stuff are kind of tied into your personal adventure as well. Like it's actually things that you're doing on your journey. You heard how the hotel was insanely expensive? Yes, it is. Which is easy to scoff at in a general sense, but once you learn all the stuff that's involved, it makes sense why it's expensive. You're not paying for a hotel to go wander around and buy some merch and go on a ride or two in some generic theme park. You're literally paying for a fully immersive ARG experience where you actually have a role-playing character like you're fucking playing D&D, but it's Star Wars. And as you interact with the other guests, like, you're meant to, like, stay in character, and so are they. Like, you're actually, like, a bounty hunter or whatever, like, on this space station, and you have a backstory and everything. Like, it's pretty amazing. I feel like that's the kind of thing where you probably should be charging extra for that. Like, that's a lot of extra effort to maintain the illusion and to, well, not just maintain the illusion, but to encourage, motivate the illusion. Like, all the staff, basically, will never break character. And their whole job is to instigate your adventures and try to keep you in character. What would your Star Wars name be? What would my Star Wars name be? Chingy Malinky? Chingy. I'm a Chingy Malinky, the Asian smuggler. For some reason, I'm an Asian alien character. I'm Chingy Malinky. I was written by J.K. Rowling. Wait, what was? Yeah, that's Chingy Malinky. What was the name of the token Asian girl in Harry Potter again that everyone makes fun of J.K. Rowling for? Because she, like, has one Asian character and she named it something mad racist. It's Jar Jar all over again. Is that what my character should be? I'm like a Gungan. I'm an Asian Gungan named Chingy Malinky. Backstory by J.K. Rowling. Pachinko. That's my role. Chingy Malinky is a traveling pachinko salesman. I'm one of those skeevy entrepreneurial used car salesman type characters that travels around and tries to sell, like, pachinko timeshares to people. Used refurbished pachinko machines to, like, local galactic businesses. No one likes Chingy Malinky. There was so much pachinko. Yeah, you're in the land of pachinko. That's to be expected. Don't you literally buy cups of the balls as, like, the same way you'd buy tokens? Like, you pay for, like, 100 or whatever, and they pour out of a machine into the cup, and you walk around with that, just dropping the metal balls into things. Which I think is the only part of the world that does it that way. But they are where it comes from. He played some darts in a legit arcade in Osaka. You buy the balls and then take them somewhere to reimburse. Oh, so yeah, it's basically like chips at a casino. You buy the balls, you hopefully win more balls, and then you trade them back in. It's basically just casino chips. Jesus Christ, I can't believe this is the most my phone has ever dinged while Sunday streaming. Oh my god, it's still going. I'm being blasted with memes today. Oh, wasn't it? Wait, okay, hang on, rewind. Wasn't it the J.K. Rowling Asian girl in Harry Potter? Wasn't it Ching Chong? It was something that sounded mad racist. I think it was Ching Chong. Hang on. Oh, it's Cho Chang. It's not quite that racist, but it sounds the same. It's Cho Chang. I've seen memes which are basically like, J.K. Rowling writes one Asian character into Harry Potter. Character's named Ching Chong, and it has a picture of a girl. You're expecting much worse? Yeah, I think Ching Chong is the name that's used as the joke in the memes and stuff. But it's not literally her name, it's Cho Chang. But I mean, I think what they're getting at is that she didn't really put much effort into naming the character. She thought of like the most racist possible Asian name, and then she just like changed it slightly, but it still rhymes. She just changed it to Cho Chang. It's like she just switched the vowels basically. It's still funny. It would be funnier if it actually was Ching Chong, but I think that would have been too obvious. I think she's not that. She's can be hilariously weird sometimes, but I don't think she's quite that dumb that she'd name it that blatantly racist sounding. I mean, I don't know. It's still JK. Like she's still the kind of person that I would um unironically wouldn't be surprised if she wrote a black character into a story and called it Nignog or something. Wait, why was that the example? What the fuck? Jesus Christ. Disclaimer. That was an example of something racist J.K. Rowling might write. That was not me being racist. I gotta put the disclaimer on it. I gotta stamp that one. Immediately cancelled. Her one black character, Tyrone the Crip. Tyrone is a good one. That tends to be a bit of a fallback urban black character name. That's why that Netflix black comedy, uh, what's that? They used the name Tyrone, and that was part of the joke. Oh, they cloned Tyrone. That one. Have you seen that movie, by the way? You should watch that movie. It's good. Netflix film called They Cloned Tyrone. It's got John Boyega in it and Jamie Foxx. It's literally a movie about like a bunch of gangster black characters in the projects that start to get paranoid about the fact that some like secret white government conspiracy is like cloning back black people and pumping them full of chemicals, so they become obsessed with watermelons and chicken and stuff. Like, it's kind of like a black satire about like racial stereotypes and how like there's this white conspiracy to keep them as black stereotypy as possible, to control them through like an underground cloning conspiracy where they force those personality traits with chemicals and things. That should have been the title. Tyrone the Black One. Or Tyrone the Crip. Undercover Brother is my favorite black stereotype. I've seen Undercover Brother, but like it's now been so long that I've forgotten too much of the movie. I'd have to watch it again. I remember like scenes from it, like moments, like jokes, but I don't remember like the whole movie. Like I don't really remember the plot anymore. Like it's been too long. That's the one with the that's the one where he doughies the car when he's parking it, but he's like, it's so perfect that his coffee stays like perfect. Like it's not even slushing. It's just like the spin is like perfectly. I don't know how to describe it. Neil Patrick Harris killed it. I don't even remember his character. I gotta be honest. I remember things about the main character, some of the jokes in the movie that he did, but I literally don't even remember Neil Patrick Harris in it. It's all gone from my brain. I'd have to watch it again. The first thing I thought of when I tried to think of a scene from the movie was the car. They're doing some kind of power slide into a parking spot, and the coffee just being like perfectly still. How good a driver he was. He was the only white dude in it, like Jim Carrey in Living Color. It's a privilege. It's an honor to have that role. It's like being invited to the cookout. Close Nintendo World. Close it. I've watched the Jim Carrey clips from Living Color so many times on YouTube over the years. Like, it was old enough that I wouldn't have been watching that content when I was a kid, when it was first on like TV. But as I got older, like late teens to my adulthood, like I've watched the Jim Carrey stuff from that show so many times. His Vanilla Ice parody is iconic. When he pumps up his sneaks. It's so good. Where's my water? Ah. I feel like Jim Carrey's just that guy that's probably always invited to the cookout. That man has a lifetime pass. Black culture loves Jim Carrey. And not just for Living Color either. Do you know that there's some thing going around the internet right now about Mortal Kombat 1. Apparently, there's a secret character people have discovered called Floyd. You know the ninjas in Mortal Kombat? You know, fucking Scorpion, Sub-Zero, Ermac. You know, it's whatever. Yellow ninja, blue ninja, red ninja. What was the green ninja? Oh, that was Reptile. I almost forgot. Floyd is like this new secret ninja that's like a pink ninja. And I think the joke is like Pink Floyd, the band. So when they made a pink ninja, they just called him Floyd. And I've been seeing like all these thumbnails for YouTubers posting videos of them finding the Easter egg and unlocking Floyd. Hey, I'll show a picture. I still haven't played fucking Mortal Kombat 1 or the one before it. MK1 Floyd. There he is. Check it. That's not it. Wait. Open image. Hey. There's my boy Floyd. You defeated Floyd. I love the fact that his the straps, the padding, every part of his ninja outfit looks a bit silkier than it should. He fell off, but admittedly he had some trauma and big actor existentialism. Yeah, he became a painter. He spends a lot of time painting. And he tried to do some serious films, and they all kind of failed. Like number 23 wasn't successful. It was kind of roasted a little bit. It's not terrible. It's just, it's very schlocky. What was the other one he did? True Crimes or something? It was some police procedural serial killer, like really dark, detective FBI drama that's based on a book, and I think it's set in Norway or something. I love you, Philip Morris. I remember I enjoyed that one. I have that on DVD. That was around about the time when you started to pop up in a lot of indie stuff, but I'm talking about even further after that. Like by the time he did number 23. And then disappeared for a while. Started coming back in these indie dramas like that. The one I'm talking about now. That was the most recent serious film he tried to do. And people weren't feeling it. And the one where he's the magician. There's a serious one that was actually quite good and well accepted. The one where he goes to that small town. Jim Carrey. Hey, Floyd. I closed Floyd. What was it called? Oh, Dark Crimes is the one I'm talking about before. 2016. Dark Crimes was his attempt at playing a serious character in like a FBI criminal procedural European film. People weren't feeling it. There's Philip Morris with Ewan McGregor as well. I like that movie. Number 23. Burt Wonderstone. Oh, he was the villain in that. Yeah, I forgot about that. There's so many movies that I forget he's in. Like Burt Wonderstone, I remember that being a Steve Carell movie, but I forgot that Jim Carrey was in it. That's the same with Philip Morris. I remember that being a Ewan McGregor movie, But I forgot that Jim Carrey was in it. Man on the Moon, very good. Where's the movie that I was thinking of? The Majestic. That's the one. Majestic was a really good, like, wholesome, feel-good Jim Carrey drama movie. It's shockingly long, though. 2 hours and 32 minutes. I don't even remember it being that long, to be honest. That's crazy. Thought Philip Morris was pretty I remember enjoying it and getting the DVD for cheap, but it is a bit forgettable because I don't remember enough about it since originally watching it. I think I remember enjoying his performance, but I think the majority of the movie's plot is now also gone from my brain, just like with Undercover Brother. Mr. Popper's Penguins, why? Why? Jim, why? He's in the Bad Batch? What the fuck? Really? No. Wait. Wait a minute. Holy shit. I had no idea that was what? That's rad. That's Jim Carrey in the Bad Batch? Whoa, he disappeared into that one. Oh, Keanu Reeves in it too. Fuck. I know this as a what's Aquaman's name again? Jason Momoa movie. I forget who the actress is that plays the female lead. But I do remember Jason Momoa very clearly. I have no idea that Jim Carrey or Keanu Reeves is in this. Wow, that's cool. Anyway. Blah. Okay. Okay, Pagino. Let's watch something. I think I've faffed on enough about Universal Studios Japan and Jim Carrey. What's neat? What would be a neat thing to look at? How about nostalgia? How about things I'm nostalgic for? Like Professor Layton. Yeah. Yeah. I fucking love Professor Layton. I've got almost all of those games on my my old DS. Professor Layton in the World of Steam. Coming to Nintendo Switch. It seems odd to me to play a Layton game on a Switch. Actually, wait. There's such DS games to me that when I think of it as a console game, it doesn't really make sense. But a Switch is both a console and a handheld, so I guess it makes sense from a using it undocked. You know what I mean? Like on a train. But plugging it into the dock and playing it on your TV seems weird for this genre of game. Anyway. Show it to me. Show me the Layton. Show me this latent Layton. Baganus. Ghost of a Gunslinger. Cool. But knowing Professor Layton, this ghost cowboy with the revolver pointing at your head is just going to be like, okay, I have 3 matchsticks. If I drive between Constantinople, Seattle, and Vegas, and I get another 16 matchsticks per location on the drive, but I lose 5 in Orlando, how many matchsticks do I have when I arrive at my grandmother's house? You have all the time in the world to answer me. That's probably one of the most entertaining things about the Layton series, though, is that the story plays it straight until you get into a random moment where a character's like, "Oh, you want to go inside this building to solve the crime, do you? Well, here's a fucking matchstick puzzle. Good luck. I'll let you in if you solve this. Solve this Sudoku." And it's like the police commissioner or something. And it's like, why are you doing this? This can't be legal. Think, Layton. Use your cauliflower brain. Use every smooth wrinkle. It's gonna be one of those Scooby-Doo things where there's no actual ghost. It's some shenanigans. Someone's using a projector to commit crimes. Puzzles by Quiznop. Who dat? Solve the most puzzles in series history. Okay. Puzzle solved! Just one time I want to see Layton just, like, lose his patience with some motherfucker trying to make him solve a puzzle. Just kick them in the shin. To knock them clean out, and then the little puzzle solved thing comes up. Puzzle solved! You beat the living shit out of him. Layton's putting on his top hat. Step out of my way. Looked like a Layton game, just with more 3D. A lot of the character models are a bit more 3D modeled than I'm used to. The first comment. Quote, there should be no such thing as a ghostly gunman. Yeah, he's probably the result of mass hypnosis and a bell made of special material developed in an underground city. That does sound like the third act of a Professor Layton game. The comments have already pegged the game perfectly. I wonder if they're gonna localize it with a dub. Professor Layton. Dub it so I don't have to read the text. Please. How many of these are there now? Let's find out. There's one that I don't have where it was like Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright. And I love both those franchises, so I'm really cut that I missed it. Hold up. I think I found it. Professor Layton in the Curious Village. Professor Layton in Diabolical Box. Professor Layton in the Unwound Future. Professor Layton in The Last Spectre. Professor Layton in the Miracle Mask. Professor Layton in the Azran Legacy. The Layton Brothers Mystery Room on iOS and Android. Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright. That's the one I want. Layton's Mystery Journey. Catriel and the Millionaire's Conspiracy. Professor Layton in the New World of Steam, which is the one we just watched. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We're up to 10. 10 Professor Layton games. Wow. It's more than I thought. Hey, Thynan. What's up? Long time no see. Sham's in the shower. You just missed him. I feel like I should know Unlicensed. I don't think Unlicensed has been here since you were here last, Thynan. Unlicensed Streamer is pretty new. I saw the beginning of Here on Netflix. Really disliked the editing, jumping back and forth. Oh, it was back and forth rather than chronological. I didn't actually know that. I hadn't looked into it enough to know how the movie structure plays out. It's a nice gimmick. I hope others will explore in a better way. Yeah, there's that game that we looked at that was basically doing the same thing, but as a video game, remember? Some indie game from out of Berlin, I think. What was it called? Berlin Apartment? Something Apartment? He followed since July 2024. Actually, I can't remember when I last talked to you, Thynon, as well. So I couldn't remember if you were here or not when Streamer was around. Berlin Apartment, yeah. I feel like there was another game that was essentially that as well. I felt like there were two games basically doing that same concept. But I might just be imagining things. I might have made that up in my brain. Professor Layton. I'm actually so mad that I missed out on Layton versus Phoenix Wright. Imagine two of my favorite franchises coming together and I didn't play it. What a loser. Why am I like this? I'm mad at myself. What am I looking for? Nostalgia, that's right. Hang on. There's more nostalgia here. Layton is some nostalgia for me, and that's getting a new game. Look what else is nostalgic, getting a new game. Ratatan. I've been led to believe that this is a sequel or spin-off from... hang on, I forgot to turn on the other thing. From Patapon. You might not know what I'm talking about. Ah, there it is. Oh yeah, that's right. It was Hypnospace Outlaw. Man, that feels like ages ago now. But then again, I have played a lot of games since then. Patapon was a rhythm RTS on the PSP, of all things. That was a lot of acronyms, I'm sorry. On the PlayStation handheld, it was basically like... you hired and sort of leveled up these little tribal guys with spears and bows and arrows and things, and they march from left to right across the screen to the marching beat of the music. So it's kind of a rhythm game where you have to keep the beat, but how you change the drum rhythm with your button presses changes how your army behaves. So there's a certain beat you have to keep to march forward, but if you switch the beat to a different rhythm, they'll march backwards or they'll hold steady and raise their shields. So you had to control your drum rhythm. You have to keep the rhythm, like not drop it, keep the combo going, but also alternate the way you're playing the drums, the music itself, to basically control your little army. That was Patapon. There was a sequel, which I didn't get to play, Patapon 2. And then I heard that this was coming out, Ratatan, which is essentially like a spiritual successor to Patapon, but just not stuck on a handheld console. Rhythm side-scrolling action strategy. Players dispatch enemies by relaying commands to the armies of Kuban to attack enemies, utilizing magical instruments and background music. Sounds about right. I don't know how they're going to develop this idea to take more advantage of not being stuck on a handheld. It was quite simple and straightforward. Yeah. Patapon. That's why it was called Patapon, by the way. Yeah. It's going off already. Jan bada bun bun. Jan bada bun bun. Jan bada bun bun. Yeah, it was called Patapon because the drum beat for walking forward, for marching, which is one you do most of the time, is pon pon patapon. So the drums are basically either pon or pata, like you're playing the bongos. And then if you wanted to attack, for example, you might switch it to pata pata pon pon instead of pon pon patapon. I sound like a crazy person describing this. It looks like structurally it's played the same, but graphically it's taken like some inspiration from from something like what do you call it? Fucking Cuphead. Like the animation and the art has become a bit more cartoonish, whereas it was more like solid color silhouettes and things. It was a very particular art style on the PSP. I'll show it. Hang on. Patapon. Yeah. That's a really good example. That's kind of what the art style looked like on the PSP. So it was sort of like simple geometric shapes and clever use of silhouette and colors. So the foreground environment was always like pitch black silhouette. So were your little characters, but then the backgrounds and the enemies would be different colors. But always had this kind of simple graphics aesthetic. Here's a boss fight. See, black terrain, black silhouette, enemy dragon, and your little army, and all the colors in like the background. But it's always simple colors. So one level's very orange. It's all oranges. This one's all purple. Very cohesive visual style. So with the new one, what's it called? Ratatan? It's more just like straight up Saturday morning cartoon. Like they're not being too gimmicky with the art style. It's just straight up like Cuphead cartoon looking. Just using all the colors. Look at that. No longer have to rely on single color silhouettes. As long as the music has the Patapon, that adorable Patapon vibe. That's all that really matters. Pon Patapon the Night Away. Why is it called Ratatan? I think it's because there's different instruments. The whole thing about Patapon was it was about percussion. The pata and the pon were your drums. So with Ratatan, I think the idea is it's not just drums, it's trumpets, guitars, like what have you. It's like we're bringing the entire orchestra into it. Yeah, there's a guitar. That one's got a loudspeaker, so maybe there's vocals as well. What is this on? Steam. Wait. And? Platforms. Switch. PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, Xbox Series X, Series S. Windows, Linux, Xbox One. It's on everything. It's on all consoles and Steam. Rad. Maybe I should wishlist this. Yeah. We'll give it the wish list. Give it some love, baby. Mr. Sham. Sham's out of the shower. Hey, Sham, you just missed Thynan. He did a drive-by on us.
Could I give you one?
You're probably like, thank God, because if you were in here chatting when he came in, he would have been like, exactly what you just did. He would have been like, "Who's Sham? Is Sham my alt account?" It would have been the same old bit, the longest running bit ever. I swear there were people in the chat back in those days when Thynan used to run that bit that are long gone now. Like, from everyone that was involved in that running joke, you might be one of the only people that's still here. Aside from when we see Thynan every 6 months. As he grows older. Next time we see him, he'll have a beard. Always gets old. Oh, it's Harry Mack.
You one? Yeah, let's go. Are you single?
No.
And
Harry Mack is not single? Oh, I'm turning it off then. Unsubscribing. I'm gonna pull the you know the dudes that follow like Instagram models and influencers and stuff that get pissy whenever they find out they've actually got a boyfriend. I'm gonna pull one of those on Harry Mack. Just unfollow him from everything. Get really mad about it. Alexa, turn on Tower Fan.
are you comfortable playing a character of yourself as if you were?
Sure.
Maybe this could be you 10 years ago?
Yeah.
Okay. And you are at a museum.
Yeah.
And Guggenheim.
Guggenheim, yeah. That's in New York. That's the Spiral one?
I wasn't even picturing a Guggenheim museum. I was just a Guggenheim exhibit.
Okay, yeah.
But
okay.
yes, the Spiral, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's on you.
Okay, yeah.
And
do either of them know what the fuck a Guggenheim is?
Because you are getting into, because you're younger, you're getting into music,
Yeah.
rapping.
You joined a
Yeah.
stream where you
lyrics,
saw two
poetry,
people
and admittingly, you don't
who
know where
also
to
were there
begin
in
to become more
2015 when I
cultured.
first
You're
started
just
following
like,
the artist.
museums are a thing. I'll try and do that.
Yeah.
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 You see,
It's interesting with Twitch where there are like eras. Like if I rewind back to a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, there are periods in my streaming history which were like defined by certain groupings of people that were always here, and interacting with each other. But the reason like you have to think about it as eras is because things always change. Like sometimes you think back to a particular era like 3 years ago when there was a specific collection of people that you always remember seeing, and then it's like maybe one or two of those people are still around. Like Sham comes in occasionally and says hi, but like you don't know when it ended, that particular era, or what happened to most of those people. At a certain point, like that particular moment in time just kind of trailed away. It just sort of ceased to be. And you don't really remember when the last stream was that you spoke to a particular collection of people. It just kind of, it's like, has anyone ever said that, like, that thought experiment thing to you where it's like, I've seen this in people's influencer posts and stuff like that once. It's a saying that goes, at a certain point in your life, you and your childhood friends went out to play for the last time. And it's a weirdly, I don't know, it's like, there's sort of an epiphany level of thinking behind that, where it's like, you can't really pinpoint, well, most people can't really pinpoint in their memories when that moment happened. But it must have happened, because there's a point in your life when you remember always being outside with the same group of friends, getting up to whatever you did, playing cops and robbers, going to certain playgrounds, whatever it is you did as a child. And you know for a fact that there must have been a day when you did that for the last time ever, and it never happened again. But when was that? Can you pick the final day? I feel like most people can't. It's a weird thought experiment. But I think it's an interesting insight to the human mind, how like there are eras to our life that were defined by a certain group of people or behaviors in a certain place and time. And it's very difficult to detect the ending of most of those eras. It's just like you think back, you remember that it was a time, and that those things used to happen, and those people used to always be there. And it's like, when did that stop? When was the only time that you can actually put defining moments, find that final like moments on these memories, is when something happens that ends it. For example, like your parents tell you that you're moving to a new city because your dad got a job or whatever, and then it basically becomes like one day you just had to say goodbye to all your friends, and you waved to them from the backseat of the car as you drove away from your suburb for the last time. Like, if something like that happens, that's a defining memory. You know what I mean? Like, that's a core memory. But for most of us, defining eras in our lives just sort of trailed away. We didn't actually notice them end. School, high school, university, moving are big breaking points in life. Yeah, see, these are the core memory things I'm talking about. Like, school, high school, university are coming to the end of certain institutions where you can remember graduating, and you can remember the final classes or the final day at school that you had with people. Those are different. I'm talking about the more ephemeral moments where you always remembered going out to play on the weekends with certain groups of friends and the kind of things you do. But it's like, when did that end? Like, most people can't pinpoint the final moment of that. It's just that you always expected to do it again because you did it every Saturday, and then you didn't notice that it stopped. Like, the next weekend came around, you did something different. And the next weekend came around and you got a Dreamcast, or the next weekend came around and you and your family went to the beach. And at a certain point, you just never went back. That Saturday never happened again. And it was never planned for. No one noticed it stop. It just ceased to be. And like, it's weird how Twitch is almost a microcosm of that, where sometimes I can think back and remember iconic periods of certain games and certain groups of people, and then it's like, without even realizing, the large portions of those people just sort of never showed up again. But then certain individuals never left. Like, I remember periods of time where Sham was here and certain other groupings of people. Like, Sham, that period of time when the Sunday stream chats used to be very busy, and people like what's his name was dropping all the Plants vs Zombies clips, like fucking 16 of them. Like, I feel like that was its own little era. You know what I mean? Like, you were at McDonald's, you would be listening to Sunday streams while working a lot. Sometimes you'd be like taking moments to actually join in and watch and type. And there was like a lot more people in the chat, and there was a lot more links being shared and things going on. God, Macca's. I'm starting to forget names now. I used to remember the name of the guy that was the kid. I don't know how old that person was. I used to remember the name of that person that was it Lemmy? Lemmy just jumped into my brain. I remember there was a Lemmy. Yeah. Like, Lemmy was there almost like every Sunday and would randomly pop in during games during the week as well. And then, can you even pinpoint the day we stopped seeing Lemmy? One day Lemmy just ceased to exist. He gone. He doesn't even pull a Thynon where he just randomly will appear after 6 months have passed for 5 minutes and be like, "Hey y'all." Must have been Paw Patrol. Paw Patrol. No, it was much longer before that we stopped seeing Lemmy. A great memory you have is a gal saying, "Let us hang out now, otherwise we will likely not get to do it later." Seemed wise. That's a girl living in the moment. But the Enter the Gungeon streams, around the first time I ever played Hollow Knight, which is close to the time when I played Enter the Gungeon, and I was doing it out in the living room in my little set that I built when things used to look different behind me. I feel like that was its own little era. That's when we met Doc Spraza and Ask Von. We still occasionally see Ask Von. Ask Von will stop by, like, we'll maybe she'll say hi like every couple of months, I think. A bit like Thynon. We'll stop by just to say hello. But she does her own streaming, so she's always busy with that stuff. Tenna is probably one of the oldest people here. And I remember playing Nier Automata with Tenna in the chat. That was early days. I'd only actually played a couple of games before Nier Automata when I first started streaming. Tenna might have been here from like my second or third game I've ever played on stream. And he was here for Nier Automata when there was almost nobody following me. And there was another Russian. For some reason, I met two Russians while playing Toho Lunar Nights, which might have been my third game I ever streamed. And it was Tenna, and it was, I think his name was Havoc or Aok or something like that. And for a short time, Tenna and him were like the two Russians I was always see. Like, I went to play Nier Automata, and it was the two of them again. Like, they both came back from the Toho stream. And for the next couple of games, I would always see Tenna and that other Russian guy. I always had two Russians in my chat. It was kind of funny. And then, just like how it always goes, the era of the two Russians ended, and I can't pinpoint when it happened. Some random day, we just stopped seeing that Aok guy. Tenna never left, but Aok just sort of disappeared one day. And then, Tenna came and went randomly for a period. Sometimes it'd be a period of a week or two where we wouldn't see Tenna because he'd be busy with life stuff, and then he'd suddenly reappear. Who can forget Gamer? Oh, you mean you? Alternate brother Sham. Almost forgot about Harry Mack.
3 women, and one of them, you like, I really want to talk to this girl.
Yeah.
But it's intimidating because that's, I mean, need I say
No,
more?
I get it.
That's intimidating.
Yeah.
You also are aware of not wanting to cross a boundary.
Yeah.
Because she's with her friends,
Yeah.
they're having a thing. You're also checking in with yourself of like, am I making an excuse why I shouldn't go up to her, or am I trying to better understand how to do it appropriately?
Yeah.
So you have the conversation that's in your head
Yeah.
of how do I do this?
Yes.
Ultimately, you decide you're so scared, but you're going to, because your job wasn't just to be cultured at museums. Your job was to challenge yourself and to grow. And this is art. This is life. This is emotions.
Yeah.
And I'm going to do
Where's this going?
What's my
I'm
plan?
a bit
Then
confused as to what's
the
happening.
plan is, because you've read books, okay?
Is he setting up for a rap, or is he setting up like an improv acting bit with Harry Mack?
You don't know if this is the right thing or not, but the trick is not that you're going to try and make her jealous, but you don't talk to.
Oh, he's giving him a rap scenario.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So rather than giving him
But you're also
words,
not
he's setting up a
necessarily
scenario to
hitting the
rap
other one.
about.
Right.
You just are getting the group
It's
attention.
the reason I got confused is because it sounds like how you set up an improv acting session.
She looks at you before.
I would just not bother others at a museum. Yeah, same. I would be inclined not to bother any stranger at a museum. People at a museum for a very particular reason. But I get what he's doing. He's setting up a unique scenario to rap about to see what Harry
before
Mack
you
does
look
with
at
it.
her,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
What is it that you want to talk to her about? Fuck yes. The one thing you know about the Guggenheim Museum or whatever,
Yeah.
they happen to be at that thing.
Yeah.
Let it be that it's a spiral. You know about
Yeah.
spiral. You know why this, and where the spiral comes from. It's because you got to figure it out.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you tell them that, and now they.
It
think
seems
you're-
very
so now
elaborate.
she's
Like
interested.
it's like almost like he's trying to make this as complicated as possible to try and stump Harry Mack.
Yeah.
And then you hit on her.
Ain't nobody
Yeah.
stumping
And
Harry
what's the
Mack.
pickup line again? What is it that you said?
I said this. I thought this spiral was going to be what makes me dizzy, but in fact, it's you. It's
Right.
you.
I forgot.
Yeah.
I
Oh, God.
No,
A
that's
while
right.
ago.
Yeah.
And it worked. And anyway, you know the story.
Yeah. Easy.
And we'll take it from you walking up to the museum, not even thinking about women or anything.
All right. Let's do it. We're gonna need both beats. We're gonna need
This
both
guy's having too much fun.
At least-
To be fair, if you had your own podcast, Sham, and you had Harry Mack on, and you could set up anything you want for him and just get your own raps out of him, this would be you right now. This would be your face. This would be how much fun you'd be having. This is Sham. He's just living in the moment.
Yeah.
You wouldn't let him go. Like this would be the last moment of freedom for Harry Mack. You'd be locking him in this room for a 72-hour podcast.
Yeah. Okay.
Run him ragged.
Here we go. Yeah.
Uh.
Yeah. Here we go. Listen. Yeah.
I'm
Come
listening.
on. Listen. Yeah. Okay, this is a true story I'ma bring you live. I'm in my young 20s, a single guy. I live by myself in my small apartment, smoking weed in the morning so I can start bent. But today, yo, I wanna go and proud. I wanna get more culture to increase my style. Cause lately, I've been feeding my soul and my spirit by freestyling over beats and cooking raw lyrics. But I don't have enough that I can reference. I gotta go to new places where I never been. I gotta find some info, send it through my mind. So I figure I'll take a stroll to the Guggenheim. Out there on the streets in New York now.
I mean, Guggenheim wasn't that hard to rhyme with, to be fair. Guggenheim rhymes with rhyme.
Architecture is vital. I've heard that it's built like a spiral. I've never seen with my own eyes though. So I open up the door slowly. Okay, here we go, G. I'm walking in, and I'm instantly filled with passion. A single man with no attachment. So my soul is wide open and my heart is open too. And I'm looking for some love. That's what I pursue.
Hang on. I just thought of something just then. Hang
My
on.
soul is wide open and I'm instantly So I open up the door slowly. Okay, here we go, G. I'm walking in, and I'm instantly filled with passion. A single man with no attachment. So my soul is wide open, and my heart is open too. And
Wait, where's the... Hang on, where's the bit about the spiral?
places where I never been. I gotta find some info, send it through my mind. So I figure I'll take a stroll to the Guggenheim. Out there on the streets in New York, now you see them. One foot in front, the other towards the museum. I'm standing outside, I know the architecture is vital. I've heard that it's built like a spiral. I've never seen with my own eyes though. So I open up the door slowly. Okay, here we go.
Oh, you know what? Okay, I know why I got tripped up. When he brings up the spiral, see it with his own eyes though. It's a spiral, or whatever the rhyme was. The lyric directly after the spiral line.
I've never seen with my own eyes though. So
I've never seen it with my own eyes though. The second he said that, my rap brain kicked in, and like, you know how sometimes like you predict raps and rhymes, and so you can basically say the rhyme along with the person, like you say the last word when you're like, as if you're in the room and just kind of like adding emphasis, like people do all the time. Vital spiral, nice move. No, see, after the spiral rhyme, the sentence setting up the next rhyme ends with though, and the tiny rap part in the back of my brain that is even remotely capable of thinking of rap rhymes, right? I was so expecting him to rhyme the though with Junji Ito, and I wanted it to happen so badly. When it didn't happen, I was almost disappointed, because Spiral, the famous manga by Junji Ito, and right after saying spiral, he sets up the though rhyme, and I'm like, if though ends up rhyming with Junji Ito to come off spiral, I'm gonna lose my shit. I think, I'm not a rapper, but just thinking of that as a possibility might be the only time in history, and this is never going to happen again. This is the only time this is ever going to happen, where I may have thought of a better rhyme for a Harry Mack line than what Harry Mack actually did. Uzumaki, not spiral? No, I know the story is Uzumaki. I'm just talking about the spiral stuff, because that's what the story's about. It's like Uzumaki is like his most famous work, and people always go on about the fucking spirals. So I thought he was gonna make a Junji Ito reference, because it sounded like he set up a rhyme for the Ito directly after talking about spirals. And like, I don't know, something in my brain set up for it. It was like, I was ready to hear a Junji Ito connection, and it didn't happen. But like, I genuinely think that like expecting that and thinking of that is the first time and the only time in my entire life I potentially thought of a better rap lyric or a better rhyming scheme for a Harry Mack moment than what Harry did. I kind of wish he, but maybe he doesn't know. He might not know weeb shit. He might not even know like who Junji Ito is.
I open up the door slowly. Okay, here we go, G. I'm walking.
It still would have been hype though.
I'm instantly filled with passion. A single man with no attachment. So my soul is wide open and my heart is open too. And I'm looking for some love, that's what I pursue. Love from the art that I see on the walls. When I peep out the pieces, my brain starts to evolve. God damn, I'm looking up high. It is indeed shaped like a spiral that elevates.
I thought he was gonna again. I was expecting some kind of lyric to rhyme walls with balls, because he was talking about being full of love and seeing the art on the walls, and I was like, "You better end up talking about his balls somehow." This is what I want from this rhyme. I gotta stop trying to predict his rhymes, because I'm starting to set myself up for disappointments. This is young Harry. He clearly hasn't discovered Junji Ito yet. Okay, how young? When was this video out? 9 months ago. That's not that young.
Don't know. I wonder if that will be useful later on, though. That's some foreshadowing. I'm moving through the room. Yeah, suddenly
that was a good one.
Soul is consumed. Yeah, I've been here for about 15 minutes, but I feel like the size of the display is infinite. I'm not timid. I'm looking around. Sometimes
he can't help himself. He has to film it with his phone.
Feet on the ground. I put my hands in my pockets at times, and then I wonder. But then I bring it back to the art, so I won't blunder. And suddenly, out of the corner of my eye, something beautiful. Are
you okay with a cringe? You can't do that 90s Euro rap. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. He's young in the scenario. Oh, you mean the character is playing in the museum? Okay, fair enough.
At first I figured that it was a piece of art, but it's not.
That's how in character he is. He's not going to make any modern references.
Not just one beautiful woman, but three. And out of that trio, there's one that I know was made for me, bro. Should I approach her? Let's see. No, I probably can't do that.
Damn, that was actually a solid. There were so many like mini rhymes in that.
But it's not art that is fluttering my heart. I look to the side so that I can finally see not just one beautiful woman, but three. And out of that trio, there's one that I know was made for me, bro. Should I approach her? Let's see. No, I probably can't do that.
There's like triple rhymes in each of those sentences.
Let me try to exercise a bit of foresight. Now my thoughts are rushing so fast I can hardly even understand what I'm really thinking. And I feel like it's a small opportunity that I might miss even if I'm blinking. Now I'm shrinking down to size. Okay, take a deep inhale, exhale, never been frail. Feel my feet up on the ground. Now I'm feeling
that freestyle though.
Think about how I might go about this. Now here's the thing. She does look scrumptious, bro, but I do not want to make her uncomfortable. I mean, I want to go up and say it's beautiful you found me, but I don't want to cross a boundary. How would I feel as I was with my boys and she came up to me? Well, I would make the woo noise. I'd be mad excited, but that might
it's a bit different.
Ways. So should I risk this here today? And then I start to consider.
There is a very different vibe between girls going up to guys and guys going up to girls. Just something you gotta live with.
And I start to figure, why did I come here to see the pretty pictures? I wanted to come to expand my horizons. And it's true, the art does have me vibing. But if I'm not ready to take this leap, then it feels like my adventure in culture is cheap. Like if I'm not prepared to stretch my boundaries myself and do it for my spiritual health.
He almost lost the mic. Like knocked it out of the way.
I gotta understand where my heart and my spirit is. I'm building myself up. I'm about to get loose. Nah, maybe it's inappropriate. But is that an excuse now? Both sides of my brain are starting to argue. They both make good points. I don't know which part's true. I mean, am I making an excuse because I'm scared? Or will I really make her feel very underprepared? I'm not sure. I gotta make the choice. Suddenly, I listen to my heart for the voice. It says, Mac, go ahead, make your approach, but you gotta use the right strategy to do the most. Next beat.
Next beat.
Okay.
Well, he has more story to tell, but he's run out of music.
We gotta do this.
Harry Mack is like one of the only freestylers that like has so much juice that like he'll run out of instrumental and need to start a whole new song to keep going. Most freestylers would be like relieved when they reach the end of a bit because it's like, fuck, okay, I made it through. I didn't fuck up. Harry Mack can't fuck up. He just goes on and on and on, like forever, indefinitely. There is no actual ending.
All right, I can't just go. No, I can't go right to her.
One of his recents is him in freestyling for 30 minutes in public uncut. See, that's what I mean. He doesn't have to stop. Like, if I was a freestyle rapper, if I reached the end of a 2-3 minute instrumental without fucking up, I'd be fucking relieved. I'd be actually glad that it's done. And don't ask me to do it again, because I'm like, I'm just gonna fuck it up if I try it again. Give me a moment. The more I attempt, the more I'm risking flobbing it. But Harry Mack's built different, man.
Way to get this done. If I try that before it even starts, it ends. I'm better off starting with a friend. I won't really go there and flirt. Nah, see, that would never work, because I don't want to make the one I'm focused on jealous. Yeah, this is the story I'ma tell, bruh. Hey, yo, I'm gonna walk up to the friend, start the conversation there just to make her aware. That way she can look at me before I'm looking at her, and she'll become aware. Hopefully she'll like what she sees. Yeah, this is my opportunity. They're standing right in front of a famous piece. Now I gotta let my knowledge release. I walk up to the side, say to her friend, doesn't it seem like the art never ends? Right when I said it, she was making a joke to her friend and didn't hear me. My heart got broke, so I tried again. Hey, maybe we can be friends. Just kidding. But don't you like this art? She was like, yeah, but are you smart? I was like, whoa, coming in harsh. Yes, indeed I am. Intelligent, not a farce. And let me tell you why. This information's vital. Do you know why it's shaped like a spiral? She says, no. Can you explain? Well, the shape is meant to disorient your brain. See, it's meant to be separate from reality, so that the art is not viewed as a fallacy, but rather like an alternate path we could take. an alternate universe.
He's
for
actually
goodness sake. A different
creating an
way to
entire
infer,
dialogue
not to
between two
mention
people in
that was
this
the
rap.
purpose of the building invention. The reason for the architecture on the original blueprints was not to make you feel stupid, but rather to make you feel separate from your day to day, so that you can stay for days and enjoy the artwork without comparing it to normal life. Yeah, I outperform you, right? Then she looks at me and says, "Is that true?" And I look at her and say, "Yes, I do. Believe it is." And her friend looks over and says, "How do you know so much? Who showed you?" I was like, "Well, funny you should ask me." Then I start to spit something nasty off of the top, and I look in her eyes. Suddenly I feel them real butterflies fluttering all inside of my chest. And I look to her and I know she's the best. It's time to invest, time to spit my line, but I gotta do it in the form of a rhyme. I say, "Baby girl, let's get busy." I thought it'd be the spiral that was making me dizzy, but in fact it's you, I'm about to faint.
This dude's giddy.
She almost fainted. Her friend,
He's just happy that his prompt is going so well.
But they look like the heart eye emoji. She's fly. Then she falls into me for the hug, and we walked out together. This story's true love.
This guy's like, all right, you live here now. I'm just going to be giving you prompts for the next couple of days straight. You'd be like, what that tongue do if I was the girl? Oh, no. Not to Harry. If you were the chick and you said to Harry Mack what that tongue do, you've just basically wound him up and you've got him rapping for the next 3 hours. If you were looking to hook up, you've just flubbed it. It's like turning a little wind-up toy. Let him freestyle on your cage. You're still in the museum, by the way. This is now a public indecency arrest. What did streamers say? I didn't speak English back then. It was much more uncommon to understand English. So a group just rapped random English words. Oh my god, is that what this is? That sounds like the European version of Ice JJ Fish or something.
Oasis på denne uges anden plads, og så skal vi...
What up? It's actually called gibberish? Oh, there's no comments. They shut the comments off. Mother...
Så til det, vi alle sammen har ventet på. Ugens guldmedalje, de har slået Jackson, Coolio og alle de andre.
So is that why this is meant to be cringe? Because it's just gibberish English words for the sake of it?
TNG er jo kendt for at skrive nogle meget seriøse tekster, og de overgår alt poesi. Og derfor skal
you honestly think that guy's a split brain, one doing rap, the other one singing? Well, I mean, I would describe it more as one of the brains is like thinking ahead and formulating the rap, so the other one is actually rapping it. Like, while one brain is rapping, the other one is, like, building the next part. It's preloading the raps, figuring them out before he has to say them. Oh my god, this is so 90s. Are they in blackface? Is this two European white guys in blackface? Oh no. It's alright. The internet wasn't a big thing yet, so... no one can cancel them. There is no Twitter. Oh, the song is about gibberish. It's the actual concept. Oh yeah, they're just saying stuff. Let me turn it up for you. I wonder, sometimes, you know, when you do things like this in like the early 90s, it's not like a big deal, but like, I wonder if, for example, these guys, do they ever look back at this and be like, what the fuck were we thinking? Why did we do blackface? I mean, the answer is obvious. It's because it wasn't, people didn't think of it as a offensive thing to do back then. Once people started to care more about cultural appropriation, it became a taboo. But people sometimes forget that things weren't always taboos. There was a time when plenty of things that we think are shitty now were just like a non-issue. You gotta leave things in their time. Like, you can't dig up old shit and try to hold people to task for it. Every time has its time. And leave it be. Still better than mumble rap and trap. It definitely captures its era. Like, I feel like if we were watching video hits right now, the next song to come on after this one would be like Scatman. That dude. I'm the Scat Man. Followed by Alice DJ. A bit like English words being cool in Japan. Even people who don't speak English. Or people who get Japanese tattoos. Yeah, have you seen that that tattoo meme, JPEG? Making fun of white people who get kanji tattoos and stuff on their body, and it's just a Japanese chick with the English word water just like tattooed on her shoulder. I've always liked that one a lot. Because that's usually what the calligraphy or the kanji or whatever the Japanese or Chinese or whatever culture you're whacking their language in your body, that's usually all it comes down to. It usually is just like the kanji for water or for fire or something. And they'll have some bullshit pre-written kind of backstory for why they've got the tattoo. Like, oh, in Japanese it means water because I'm a water soul. I flow freely through life. And I bend. I bend and I wave and I move with time. Through the good and the bad. Some bullshit like that. It's like, yeah, alright, man. Your shoulder says water. You nearly did that. Did you almost get some Japanese characters on your arm, Sham? On your bicep? It's just like the kanji for baka. Ukimichi. Some pervy thing. That's what I'd do if I was a Japanese tattoo artist whenever like a whitey comes in looking for like some kanji or whatever. They can't read it anyway, so I'd purposely just like change the tattoo and make it something embarrassing. Make it some like dirty word or whatever. Something pervy. They wouldn't even know any better. They'd still be walking around going, oh, it means water. But then other Japanese people in America who meet you are just like, what the fuck? There's like a hentai thing on his arm. What's he doing? This cringe lord over here. I mean, I wouldn't say this is too cringe. It's very of its time. It's that kind of cringe. This isn't that bad. It's not like modern cringe like Ice JJ Fish or what's the guy that does I sent some to you once, Sham. What's the guy that does Indiana Jones and the Martin Luther King? What's his name? How come I have forgotten? You Know Miles. Holy shit. Now, You Know Miles is some good cringe. I don't even know what style of rap this dude does. Like, how would you even describe this shit? You don't think it's cringe at all? Well, that's what I mean. Like, it would be a light form of cringe by today's standards, but because it's so of its time, it's not really it's not something you can really hold against it. Because it is exactly what 90s shit is. You Know Miles is an icon. That's fair enough. Can't argue with that. There's Indiana Jones. I wonder if he just grabs like royalty-free instrumentals to do this with.
Bitch, I'm in the field, nigga call me Indiana Jones. Feel like Soldier Boy today, so kiss me through the phone. Feel like Usher yesterday in the shower, bitch, I was burning. This nigga really think he in Indiana, he not Indiana Jones. This nigga thought he bought a
Why?
That nigga bought a dub. Tried to fit in a skinny hole while my dumb ass get stuck. Tried to buy a BMW.
Like, what do you think his inspiration is? Like, he started rapping one day and just started to do that goat thing with his voice, and it's like, that's what we're going with? He buys the rights to beats that sound like royalty-free beats. Fair. I love the fact that they're royalty-free quality, but he's still buying them. Martin Luther King. This one's a classic. This is the first one I ever heard. The Martin Luther King one. Bruh, you can start rapping or not?
Shout out Martin Luther King, that nigga had a dream. Fuck do you? That nigga had a dream.
Oh no.
Martin Luther King. Hey, Martin Luther King, shout out to Big Bro.
Wait, Doja reacted to You Know Miles? She did? I like that gimmick. Game Boy era tunes. Could you call them Game Boy era? Oh, I think I can see what you mean. Game Boy era. Wait. Martin Luther King rap. Doja? Oh my god. Why is she looking like a grandma?
Martin Luther King. Hey, Martin Luther King, shout out to Big Bro. If it wasn't for Big Bro, I wouldn't be rapping though. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't even be here rapping this shit.
She's trying not to laugh.
Shit for my family and shit. Can't forget about Malcolm X and Rosa Parks. I feel like we made it out the park, but it don't matter because
face.
Martin Luther King.
Nah, she walking on. She walking away. She's had enough. Holy shit. Wait.
See this bad girl at the store, she like a honey bun. She brown skin bad, man, she like a honey bun. So I had to hit her with the where you from? I might have to DM, she a honey bun. Had to hit her up, sweet honey ice.
She's kind of laughing at this one. She's sort of enjoying it. You know what? You know what I think is kind of heartwarming about this? I mean, obviously, like, it's not good, and she knows that, but, like, she kind of comes from the same place, you know what I mean? Like, she's famous because, not because of her serious music, she's famous because of the cow song. Bitch, I'm a Cow. She made that Bitch, I'm a Cow song in, like, one day as a joke for YouTube, and that popped her off. And then people started taking her serious music serious after that. Like, her fame comes from some, like, stupid YouTube shit. Kind of like what You Know Miles does. Except You Know Miles hasn't made his Bitch I'm a Cow yet. That really popped him off. She do be looking like a hot grandma. Someone put a blur on this one because I think maybe her titties are see-through that jersey she's wearing. Doja is an odd one. The ways that she's changed in ways that are like confusing. Like I've seen her in clips and photos and stuff where I was like, what the fuck's going on with Doja? I mean, she's had eras and stuff where she was like, she was quite hot. And then lately I've seen her in stuff where I'm like, I don't even know what I'm looking at. She looks like an alien. I think she's just doing whatever the hell she feels like because she's already succeeded. So she's not trying to look a particular way for anyone in any kind of style. She's just kind of like, I'm just going to do freaky shit with my look and to hell with everybody. And I guess that's applaudable, I suppose. If you can get to the fuck you money part of your life where you have so much money and success that you don't have to impress anybody or adhere to any kind of standards. You can just go crazy with it. You know Miles is still in his pink guy face. Wait, I missed a link. Hang on. Oh. There's a sham one still. Hang on. I think you said something about speaking of cringe rap. Anti-lyrical rap. Out of context bars. I don't know. Is this a collection of people trying to make anti-lyrical rap happen? Because fetch ain't gonna happen.
My mama,
Sound of Tyler masturbating. Oh, please God, no.
And I'ma need that $40 even if I gotta fuck, suck, and swallow. Hit the parking lot.
Oh, that was pretty lyrical. Okay, that's not.
Where my bitches.
No thanks. I believe him. Judging from that photo alone, I believe him.
I'm butt naked with my chopper, nigga.
Going on Twitter, beam on me every day, yeah.
Oh my god, no. Why? I don't think I like the experimental stuff where they just do things at random or say stupid words and make stupid noises. It feels like trying to make a style happen that is designed around you not having to put any effort.
They all got ass.
They all got ass. Yo. The hell? Childish Gambino? Okay.
Rap is just one of my fetishes, like a dragon is pregnant.
Oh, was that fucking... It went too quick. It's Jaden. Yeah, I thought so. Okay, Jaden, man. Ja Rule. Back from the dead. It's an anti-lyrical rap. What? Real. I felt that one.
It's like a world of crap. What in the fat fishes of a phenomenal Farfagnugan fuck is going on?
Farfagnugan?
Sadly, I can't find the song.
A tax is a mandatory financial charge.
Wait, was that...
Sadly, I can't find.
Is that the actual song, or is that the guy who made this montage saying, I can't find the song? I can't tell.
The song.
A tax is a mandatory financial charge imposed upon a taxpayer by a governmental organization in order to fund various public expenditures.
Correct. He is actually teaching. Teachable moment.
I'm good from state to state. You go to the state, you might get raped. Where your ass go? Are you spitting on hoes, money, drugs, and clothes? Choke a South Park writer with a fish stick.
What? I don't think that guy appreciated the fish stick episode of South Park. Titties, huh? That was a genius lyric. Right, just titties. Huh. I feel like the entirety of Jaden's rap career could be described as some weird anti-lyrical pretend poetry nonsense. I don't get what Jaden's on. Goddamn Jaden, man. What? Oh, dude. There's a trailer 2 out for Sinners 4 days ago. Holy shit. That's, hang on a sec. Ryan Coogler. It's the new Deep South black vampire movie from Ryan Coogler, the guy behind Fruitvale Station, Creed, and Black Panther. This movie's gonna be hype. The trailer 1 was really good. Okay, wait. I'm gonna sidetrack this real quick. I'll get to unlicensed streamers link in a second. Jaden's silly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I need to see this Sinners trailer real quick because this is probably gonna be a really good movie. Has Ryan Coogler even made a bad movie? Has Ryan Coogler even made a mid movie, to be honest? Because Black Panther, Creed, and Fruitvale Station, the ones that I know specifically, were all pretty damn good.
We've been gone a long time.
Oh, Michael B. Jordan plays 2 characters in this movie, twin brothers. So he's got a dual role. Mep.
Long time. We back now. You twins? Nah, we cousins.
Cousins.
There are legends of people with the gift
What
of
an
making music
interesting
so true.
time and place to have a vampire
Conjure
movie occur.
spirits from the past and the future.
I wonder if, like, since it's like Deep South Bayou and it's during this particular period in time. I wonder if they're gonna build some kind of like voodoo aspect, because this is around the time that there was a lot more belief in shenanigans to do with like swamp voodoo, black magic beliefs and stuff, right?
Can bring fame and fortune.
It's the correct part of the world for it. Like that game South of Midnight.
But it also can pierce the veil between life and death.
That's a vampire.
Listen here. This ain't no house party. Shit.
Y'all ready to drink? Y'all ready to sweat till y'all stink?
Haley Steinfeld.
You keep dancing with the devil.
Evil white chick vampire, for sure.
You gonna bite off more than you can chew.
Oh, he's biting something off. Hello.
One day he's gonna follow you home. We got us a problem, y'all.
What the hell going on?
Oh, we heard tale of a party.
This world...
I think I heard this described at one point as like, what if you set a film in like period Deep South where the black community had to contend with KKK vampires? And I was like, that's a pretty awesome setup.
Already left you for dead.
Racist vampires?
From your fate.
Amazing.
You don't need no saving.
Yes, you do.
And you are?
I am. Your way out.
Gross.
Don't cry. It's all better
I can hear his meat.
Yes, I lied to you.
Good Foley.
I don't believe in magic. Ghosts, demons.
But they believe in you.
Just power.
Somebody please take me.
One of the twin brothers is gonna get got and become a vampire. It's gonna be good twin versus evil twin.
We're gonna kill every last one of you.
Damn. It looks more action movie than I would have expected. I thought it would have been more of a slow burn bottle film horror, but
I ain't mean to scare you.
quite a bit of action.
Thought y'all done forgot about me in here. Come on, open the door, let me on out of here. Stay. It's you?
Oh shit,
Open the door.
they've already given it away in the trailer. That's already his twin brother. Vampired out. I did not expect them to give that away in the trailer. I was assuming it was going to happen.
Yo, it's my only thing. I think I shot myself.
Like, we were all expecting one of the twin brothers to turn into an evil vampire, because why wouldn't you not want to have good versus evil Michael B. Jordans going up against each other? But I didn't think they'd give it away in the trailer so directly. That was fucking awesome. I think that's going to be a good movie. Hype for that. Oh, yeah. Honestly, I don't think I've seen a bad performance from Michael B. Jordan or a bad movie from Ryan Coogler, so... You can't really go wrong.
I'm grateful to have...
Pro vocal coach reacts to Pink Pony Club. Oh, Chappelle Rowan.
I have some hardcore Chappell Roan fans over in my Patreon. One of them...
I haven't heard much
Javon,
Chappell Roan
and Javon
content.
recommended that I check out this song because when Chappell Roan performed this a few weeks ago on SNL, there was an actual uptick in the streams, noticeable on the Pink Pony Club, that I think on billboards it moved back up again. So we've got to check this out. But if you're a hardcore Chappell Roan fan like Javon is, then you got to come over to Patreon, because at the time
Yeah, I'm not
that
too
this video
familiar with
airs on
Chappell
YouTube,
Roan.
I'm also doing a double header.
I remember her name popping up on the Tinder and the Grindr end of year stats and awards that they did. They're pretty high up in the top 5s for like music sharing on those apps.
I'm going to release a deep
Specifically
analysis
Grindr,
of
I
it
think.
where I compare it to the
Chappelle Roan has
original
a
music video.
strong gay
So we
following.
can see how she sings a little different in the music video compared to this live performance that she does here on SNL. The link for that video is down in the description. I'm so excited about the community over there. It's such a group of high vibrating, super passionate people who are excited about music. So if you're looking for that, you're looking for
I didn't
some
know about her
community
till I
around
heard
music,
her
come
in
on
a best
over
of
and join us.
2024
I want to
list.
introduce myself to you if this is your first time checking out
I
one
knew
of my
of her,
videos.
but
My name's
pretty much solely in the context of her fame within like the gay community.
Tim. I've been a vocal instructor for the last 24 years. Building voices is my life's work. I started this channel about 6 months ago. I've dedicated this channel to celebrating live, raw, visceral, real human vocals. People singing without pitch correction, without
Big stretch.
auto-tune, without lip syncing. That's become now a big side quest for this mission as well. And I have to say, Chappell Roan, I just get goosebumps thinking about her because I'm so proud of her. Before I
Chappell
listened
Roan
to this,
fan?
I just did a little bit of a pitch analysis of her singing just to see, you know, is she
He's a
using
convert.
pitch correction, which I didn't think she was, but I like to be honest. I have integrity. I want to check on these things and be honest with you. And guess what? She wasn't using any pitch correction in her SNL performance at all. And I just want to show you that right now. All right, so check this out. Right there. Not pitch corrected. You can see. Check this out. Chappell, you're just so amazing. Look at. All right, so you can see right
I love
there
how
it
this
says
guy's
B4
basically a
right under
forensic
that line that
detective
says C5. If she were using pitch
of,
correction, all of those
auto-tuning.
notes would have been pulled up to the line and put on the line perfectly. But they're not. There are little microscopic fingerprint level forensic little human things right there. She wasn't pitch correcting at all. Now, let's compare that to a recent song that I reacted to where I mentioned that there was pitch correction in it, and I got a lot of heat for mentioning it, but I want you to look at the screen. From that
Yeah, it's
video, I'm not
probably
gonna say what that
hardcore
video
stans of
was
the
here
artist
on YouTube,
that
'cause
don't
I'm
like
just not
anyone
getting
saying
into
any
it,
shit
but
about them.
Look at the lines right here. Look at how
Annoying
close
people.
they are. Look at how straight and angular they are. You can tell once you do this more and more, just by looking at it, you can tell when something's being super auto-tuned and pitch corrected and when it's a natural live vocal. This one here is pitch corrected. I'm sorry, people. That is definitely a pitch corrected vocal. But our lovely Chappell, this one is not. But notice, even though the lines aren't perfect, it still is in tune. It still sounds in tune to our ears, but it just is natural. She's natural. She's amazing.
I wonder what the
love
line
you,
work would look
Chappell.
like
I'm so
for
proud of you for
someone like
resisting the temptation. You are a rebel, and I love
what's
it.
his name
All
from
right, let's listen
I'm
to
on
the
a
song
boat.
together.
Ladies and gentlemen, Chappell Roan.
Oodie.
Okay.
What's his name? Oh God, he auto-tunes everything. On a boat. Why am I forgetting this man's name? T-Pain. That's the one. I want to see the line graph work, the forensic detective work on a T-Pain song. I want to see what those lines look like because I mean, obviously he's mad auto-corrected. But that's kind of the point. Like, I'm not dissing him, but like he's actually trying to achieve that artificial sound as part of the style that he's going for. He put up 4 live performances side by side, and the graphs are identical to the millisecond. There you go.
Listen to the depth of that arrangement.
I know you wanted me to stay.
I think is she mad famous within the gay community because like she generally has a kind of sort of an aggressive drag queen kind of aesthetic, like the level of makeup and hairstyling she does is at that like kind of drag queen vibe.
But I can't ignore the crazy visions of me in LA. I heard
She likes to go hard with the Bratz doll
She
kind of
looks
look.
boys and girls can all be queens every single day. I'm having wicked dreams.
Hang on. Pink Pony Club, we get it. Where is the... I'm looking for one of these sections.
Oh,
Here we go.
so good. Oh my God. This is
Which is?
Oh, so good. Oh my God. This is so good. Such a great live performance of this song. I love there's a little more distorted guitar. I love she's moving more guitar.
I like
into
distorted
her
guitar too.
arrangements here.
Notice the
She
size
looks
of his
great.
gap
She
tooth
sounds
butt.
amazing. Oh,
That was makeup
Chap,
for SNL, not typical.
I can't
I've
wait.
seen her in some pretty wild looks that all have kind of a drag queen aesthetic, though. She does have a very unique. Is that a bong? She has a giant bong prop on her stage. I can't not look at the guy's gap tooth.
To compare this to the
You drive a truck
original
through there.
music video too. I actually haven't gone through that yet, so that's going to be fun.
It's right in the center too. Green and pink is an interesting choice. I get the blue and pink because that's like the bisexual lighting.
Oh.
The green is an odd addition. She's just grooving.
Beautiful.
Is the Pink Pony Club a real place that she's singing about, or is it just like metaphorical? I never really asked that before, but now I'm curious.
Her voice just sounds spectacular here. She's just...
It's a pretty cute set.
She's so comfortable in her.
It looks like
she's just so
Dr.
there.
Frankenstein's
She's got
lab, but
great resonance,
if it
the
was
brassy,
adorable,
the
like
belty
Hello
stuff's
Kitty,
coming
Dr.
out really
Frankenstein
strong.
lab.
Her little yodel flips, her signature things are so well put together in this. Her introspective parts are really comfortable.
I like his
and
LED sign in the
natural
background,
and
the Tim
inviting.
Welch Vocal
You know,
Studio.
I've talked about before in her singing,
I should make
one
like
of
a
the
big
things that just
sign
blows
like
me
that.
away about her is her ability to pull us into her with light introspective
Sean
tones.
Roberts
And then
taxidermy,
when
you
she
snuff 'em, we
changes
stuff
the
'em.
vibe and
I'll just
she
put up the
wants
back.
to really go for it. She puts her heel in our chest and she pushes us back, and it's pure brass and resonance and power. She has such great coordination shifting between her tone qualities in her singing.
Man, he's
she
really
does
a
it
Chappelle
naturally.
Roan
She
fan.
doesn't do it with all this like extra stuff.
Those headphones
It's
look
just
expensive
her
as.
voice, it's her singing, it's her ability, putting it out there. She's a risk taker. She's a true artist. Yeah, and I love these visuals here. This is like a big trippy, like it's a little like psychedelic trippy with the
call it-
colors.
oh,
that
he called
she
it
has
trippy.
here, and
I thought he called it
she
drippy.
creates such incredible scenes in her songs, doesn't she? Oh boy! All right. Let's keep going here. Yeah.
Calling states, cities, and locations and songs get extra plays. But Pink Pony Club seems like that's a very specific song about a very specific club. Like, either it's a metaphor for a kind of place where you can be yourself, like a gay bar, or it's an actual place where she has history.
Every Saturday, I can hear your southern drawl 1,000 miles away. Sing it!
I just got goosebumps. Oh my god! Can you see that?
I'm actually shocked there's enough people in the audience to pull off the crowd singing thing. I didn't think that anyone was there. I mean, it's SNL, so obviously it has to be a live audience. I kind of forgot for a second. It's just that the set looks so small and intimate. It felt like just an empty studio for a second. They never show the audience. Like, where's the audience cam? So we can cut to, like, the crowd enjoying it.
I like her.
We never actually see them.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what it is. Oh, here's the electric guitar solo. That's a uniquely SNL thing, is never having cutaways or references to the audience, except for the fact that you can always hear them in the background.
Oh man.
You don't really question it normally because most SNL is like skits and comedic bits on stage where you hear the laughter, but you don't really expect to see the audience because you're in the skit. You're focused on the actors. But it is noticeable when they have live music performances, especially with people singing along. it's like it is pretty customary to cut to crowd shots occasionally with stuff like this.
So good. Okay. All right, Chapel Roan blew that out of the water, and the ensemble, the band, so good. So much exciting energy in that vocal. That was such a clean, expressive, connected to the text, natural vocal. Chapel, I'm so proud of you. I really am. I know I sound like a proud dad or something, but I'm proud of her that she's not doing what everyone else is doing out there that's at her level. Like, she's still being herself. She's being real. She's using her real voice. Like, you know, I'm just
This guy's kind of got that
happy
Silver
with her. I
Fox
can't wait to
vibe
go back
going
to-
on.
All right, come on over to Patreon if you want to do a little more analysis of this. I'm excited to get into it. I'm going to get into it right now. We're just going to go through and break it down and compare some of the choices in the instrumentation, some of the vocal
Bit like
choices she
Clooney.
made in the live performance versus the studio.
Oh,
How does
you
it
also
sound
covered
different?
stuff
What
from
choices
Arcane.
does she make different? How does it affect the interpretation
Interesting.
and expression of the song? I want to check that out. So
I've seen so
subscribe if you
many
like this.
people reacting to stuff from Arcane, not just reactors who react to TV shows, but like musicians, music producers, vocalists reacting to specific music from Arcane. Like, I don't know what it is about Arcane. They kind of treat scenes like Arcane like isolated music videos that they dissect for the audio alone. That show's got so many different facets to it. And of course, there's going to be a lot of reacting to Wicked because it's Wicked. Wicked's good though. The singing in Wicked, top tier. That Cynthia, what's her name? Cynthia Erivo and Ariana Grande, kill it. They're absolutely killing it. Are you aware of GQOM? I like the genre, very niche. Couldn't find a good original quickly. GQOM? What does that stand for? I mean, I know what this is from. It's from the meme. GQOM remix. Hold up. I've never heard of this before. African electronic dance music genre. Oh. Hence the jumping on this meme song, huh? Yep. Na, na, na. Is this the actual mix from the meme, or is this a mix on a mix? Yeah, yeah. Here it comes, here it comes, here it comes. Gotta build up to drop the beat. Okay, it's a mix on a mix. They remixed the remix. Oh my god. Remixception? I wonder if the originators of that footage, of those guys carrying that that coffin, are aware of just how massive their meme viraled out of control. It's taking its sweet time to build, but it's a 5-minute song. They're gonna have something real big to drop soon. Wait, let me translate the comments. No translation. Didn't work. Cool track. This one has no translation. I'm gonna have them play this at my funeral, just to confuse everybody. Like, should we pop off? Do we dance? Or do we mourn? Nobody knows. Sean dead. It's very it's actually quite chill for a club mix. Like, it's not popping off in a way that like makes you lose your head. It's just kind of like a groove. Drop. But see how the drop just chills? It doesn't drop into something bigger. It drops and then just cruises. Drops, cruises. GQOM elements already have played out. They are aware they got flown around the world for interviews and jobs. Nice. Going viral on the internet is quite lucrative. I mean, look at the Hawk Tur girl. Although she turned into a villain with her fame. Like, you know, like, there's nothing wrong with running with your fame and cashing out. Like, sell out. It's fine. Like, you're probably not getting another 5 minutes like this. But don't, like, go full supervillain. Like, there's a limit. There's a line. A. Popping off. Popping off, popping off. Yeah, it stays chill all the way through. There's no, like, huge dubstep S drop where you're supposed to go mental. It's just a groove. Educational rap kappa. What is this? You hired an artist to do a live performance of the original of this song for your father's funeral? It costs $50 for them to prepare and rehearse. That's it's quite cheap. I mean, at those kind of prices, I'd hire them for anything, really. I'd hire them to play me off as I go to Coles to buy some groceries.
Edgar Allan Poe, y'all.
Oh, MC Lars. I know MC Lars. I've seen him in a few rap collabs on YouTube with the likes of what's that British rapper's name? Dan Bull. I've seen him cross over with Dan Bull a few times.
Listen to me flow, y'all.
Edgar Allan Poe rap?
Yo, it's Edgar Allan Poe with the flow so poetic. Melancholy wordsmith style so phonetic. Got a raven on my shoulder. Gothic thematics. Demonic alcoholic. Multisyllabic. It's a habit, take a look and I'm sure you'll find it. The mechanics of rap are the mechanics.
You know what? There's one downside to this. I kind of wish that he sounded more like Edgar Allan Poe as a character. You know MC Lars? Yeah. He's in a few other things. I think I've got... Let me just double check something really quickly. There's a song on my computer that I think he might be a part of. Why is this folder frozen? What the fuck is going on? Oh, there it is. Music. Do I have an MC Lars? Oh, I have a folder. Yeah. I've got his Reaping Beauty track on my computer at the moment. It's the song that him and a couple of other rappers, nerd rappers, collabed on for Bayonetta, the video game Bayonetta. They did a rap called Reaping Beauty for that character. Thought I recognized his name from a song I had here. Can't remember what it was that I remember him doing with Dan Bull though.
And when we analyze the rhythm of the units to the meter, long, short.
See, like he, it's hard to explain. I kind of wish he sounded more in character, like more like an Edgar Allan Poe caricature or type, like what you expect someone like Edgar Allan Poe to sound like. But he's kind of just doing it like he just sounds like sort of a regular dude, the way he's rapping it. And that's the only critique I'll give it so far.
Short, long, doesn't matter, look at either. And I am is 2 syllables, unstressed, stress, which the words insane explain and delight all express. A trochee on the other hand goes stressed, unstressed. Words like coffee, crazy giant, so prepared to be impressed.
But Paul, what's an anapest?
Words like tambourine, cavalier and Marianne, and by that I mean to unstressed.
I hadn't seen this one, but I have seen a lot of other MC Lars stuff.
Questions? Flow like Poe.
I'm going hard on that tetrameter.
Flow like Poe.
I'm going hard on that tetrameter.
Flow like Poe. This is Lit Hot 101 with MC Edgar Allan Poe. Flow like Poe.
I'm going hard on that tetrameter.
Flow like Poe.
I'm going hard on that tetrameter.
Flow like Poe.
I'm going hard on that tetrameter.
I wonder if that was actually him
Now you know.
pretending to break dance.
Means 2 feet.
They did have a cut before you see his face.
3, tetrameter was 4, so pentameter must be 5 pairs of syllables, Shakespearean sonnets. Shall I compare thee to a summer's day? Now you got it. Unstressed, stress, 5 times flow iambic. Stressed, unstressed, watch me flip the dynamic like once upon a midnight dreary. That's the start of my couplet clearly. Trochaic, octameter, rhythm might damage. The cadence is so quick, but I think your ear can manage. Mysterious sci-fi rhymes getting hotter. Drunk in the club, watch
Who's
me
this
holler at
lady?
your daughter. Baltimore Ravens, that's my team.
Actually, you know who she looks like?
Hipster, well, it might
She looks
seem.
like
From
the
Bronx back to Boston, I'm rocking the stash. Got Emerson and Twain both talking
the
mad
token black
trash.
girl
Flow
in
like
Glee.
Poe.
I'm going hard on that tetrameter.
Flow like Poe.
I'm going hard on that
The heavyset
tetrameter.
one.
Flow like Poe.
I'm going hard on that tetrameter.
This is Lit Hot 101 with MC Edgar Allan Poe. Flow like Poe.
I'm going hard on that tetrameter.
Flow like
I have to
Poe.
see if I can find if there's a music video for Reaping Beauty, the one that I've got
If you don't know,
on my
now
PC.
you know.
I can't remember why I downloaded it. It was to send to someone I think who was a Bayonetta fan.
Alliterating awesomely amazing at the
I think they wanted a MP3 of it, and I ripped it for them, and then I just kept it on my computer anyway.
The similes I drop are sharper than daggers. My metaphors are arrows, call me Katniss Everdeen. Hunger Games with the quill, illest MC ever seen. Check the Emily Dickinson slam, Broncos I'm spitting some strange and creepy magnificence, 19th century citizen. Hella possible I'm getting some darker than Charles Dickinson. Gory stories I've written them, teenage corpses I'm kissing them. Cause the ladies
I
I'm
feel like-
missing them, and I've influenced them and them.
I feel like MC Lars started becoming... How old is this? 12 years. Wow. I feel like he was getting popular around a similar time as people like Bo Burnham. In terms of, like, nerdier rap. But people discovering that nerd rap wasn't cringe. It was actually quite clever in a lot of cases. Especially Bo. Like, Bo Burnham's stuff is often very clever. Like, his wordplay is nuts.
So call me Jonathan Livingston. Got that onomatopoeia popping off in the class.
And that Netflix special, holy shit. The one during COVID?
I'm going hard on that tetrameter.
Amazing.
Flow like Poe.
I'm going hard on that tetrameter.
Flow like Poe.
I'm going hard on that
I love the
tetrameter.
crow.
This is Lit Hot 101 with MC Edgar Allan Poe. Flow like Poe.
I'm going hard on that tetrameter.
Flow like Poe.
I'm going hard on that tetrameter.
Flow like Poe.
I'm going hard on that tetrameter.
If you don't
Tetrameter is not a smooth word to say. Those poor backup singers. No need to rip. Follow him on Patreon and you can get lossless files. I would if I was less broke. You know, I don't think I've ever actually followed a Patreon. Not even once.
That's my team.
Not for any particular reason. It's not like I'm making a stand. It's just that it's one of those things where it's like, if I was making a more consistent 9-to-5 paycheck like I used to, with lots of disposable income, there's plenty of people I think I would follow their Patreons to get week early YouTube videos. I would totally do that. I follow enough people on YouTube that getting a video a week or two early, if I have the money to just chuck around, I would totally do that. Easy. Let me see if he's got Reaping Beauty on his channel.
Was Edgar Allan Poe?
He does. It's 15 years ago. This was actually 3 years before the one you showed me. But it's not just him on this one. This is him and a couple of others. Megaran, Beefy, SMP, and Tina Root. So there's 5 of them on this one. Beefy, Tina Root. You can tell exactly which voice is Tina Root in the rap because she's the only lady.
Which is the witch that you think you know? Bayonet's back and heads to roll. She's riding with Satan and for mature. Turn into a frog if you holler at her. Cause amnesia sucks, that's all I'm saying. So she heads home with the guns.
I can't remember why they did this.
The straight out of luck, cause Bayonet's back and she doesn't give a care. From the air, long lost in the lake.
Oh, this video's actually got their names in it. Oh, you specifically give 5% of your income to charity and art stuff. That's a very structured way to do it. Kind of like how a business would do it, like allocate funds. It's a very clean way to plan out your earnings and your spending. I like that as a OCD organized person myself. Like when I had a 9-to-5 job and I made a lot of money in the government, I was one of the people that was subbed to like Red Cross and stuff. I would every month, like I would have a certain amount of money come out and go to that. A lot of random, amateur art in here of Bayonetta. Far too long. Although, I still remember why I started following Red Cross. I got stopped by one of those like street charity spruikers, and it was a really cute girl in a ponytail, and she was like really smiley and bubbly and friendly and kind of flirty. And it was totally one of those moments where like I wouldn't call it a grift or a trick or actual manipulation of any kind, but it's kind of like when you find yourself accidentally getting manipulated into like doing something you wouldn't have done otherwise, or you hadn't have considered to otherwise, because in the moment you were kind of overwhelmed and starstruck by like someone super charming. It doesn't happen to me often, but this girl was very cute and I was quite flattered while I was talking to her, and there was no way I was walking away from that situation not as a new charity giver. I kept that up for like 2 years or so, because you know obviously it's a good thing to do and I had plenty of money, so why not. But eventually once I left that job I stopped doing stuff like that because I couldn't be sure where the next money would come from anyway. I became the charity. Things ready for a fight. He blinks free, she takes delight. He's come back out to play. Friendly feelings drive you. I'm having flashbacks to playing freaking Bayonetta 1 on my... What was I playing this on? GameCube? I felt like this was a long time ago. Bayonetta is super cheesy, but it's one of those things that leans into it in a glorious, incredibly fun way. The fact that her high heels are also guns is amazing. Also, the fact that her magic is her hair, and her entire like black leather outfit is essentially like made of her hair. So when she has to conjure like a giant demon made of her hair magic, it also means that she loses all her clothes. So your mega summons are basically done naked because all the magic's being used to make a dragon, and you have none left for clothes. That's the kind of thing you write in a script because you're a cheeky motherfucker. You know what you're doing. You know exactly what they were doing. It's harder to make something that cheeky now. But the key is to lean into it and have fun with it. You know what I mean? Do you know Stupendium? Stupendium. It doesn't ring a bell. The Stupendium? Stupendously Stirring Songs? I'm assuming you're talking about this guy. I'm just seeing if any of these thumbnails... Nothing's ringing a bell. There's Animal Crossing. So he's also got some geek music in here as well. There's Art of Darkness. Sorry, Bendy and the Ink Machine. Poppy's Playtime. Oh yeah, it's Chock-a-Block geek music. There's Five Nights at Freddy's. There's Undertale. Fall Guys. Fallout 76. House Flipper even. What the hell? We Built a Zoo. Planet Zoo. Red Dead Redemption 2. Yeah, so he's basically the same as MC Lars and Dan Bull and all them, making geek raps. Geek rap. Geek rap can be hit or miss, I find. Sometimes it's a bit too dorky in a way that's like it's not coming across as good. It's a little bit too cheesy.
Welcome to space. What were you expecting? It's
His voice sounds familiar.
dangerous place. Thank you for investing. Go there for your rota, there for your orders. Fill up these quotas. We'll bill for your quarters. Report
I wouldn't be
to your
surprised if
foreman,
this guy's
watch
done
for
features and
marauders, 'cause if you
collabs
get
with the
eaten,
likes
there's
of Lars
fees for your
and
mourners.
Dan Bull and the other geek rappers.
In the care of magnates in halcyon heaven away. Did you
That would
think it
explain
was
why
supposed
I
to
recognize
look
his
like
voice
the
somehow.
poster? It mostly does. Oh, if you'd only read closer. Just 10 short years to a new frontier. Snooze as you cruise and you'll wake up here. You've been trapped in that ship for an awful long time, so perhaps you have simply forgot what you signed. Oh, honestly, did you not read the colony?
Is he also a
policy
UK rapper
that
like Dan
defined
Bull?
what was company property?
Because
the waivers you're saying autonomy.
this is so
The
Dan Bull.
conglomerates got you in lock and key. We put the
This sounds
dollar back
exactly like a
into
Dan Bull song.
idolatry. If you're
Not
upset,
just the
you
rap,
can
but the
render
instrumental
an
even.
apology. We are a family forged in bureaucracy. No I in team, but there's con in economy. Were you expecting adventure? Were you hoping for fun?
I still haven't played
My friend, you're
Outer
indentured
Worlds.
and pleasures exempt from your tenure.
I
So
just talk
venture
about
back
Outer
down
Wilds
to
a
your
lot
slum
as one of my
provided
favorite
a
games,
generous
and then
price.
people
If
always
your
think I'm
worth
talking
is
about this.
determined by your sacrifices.
It's good 3D camera tracking. I saw that. The very first scene of him standing in that room at the beginning had a lot of that. I assume that they're building some pretty straightforward, simple 3D environments based on the style of the game, and then they probably got a motion tracking camera. They're just feeding the data from the motion track camera into the computer, so the environment moves correctly. It's good production values for a YouTube rapper. There's a lot of YouTube geek rappers, but only a few of them feel big production value wise. This tracks modern Dan Bull as well, which is what this reminds me the most of.
We make a fortune
There's
for
just
the
so
board
many
by
of them.
selling boredom door to door, because it's all that we deserve and it is all we can afford. The secrets of the universe and all the worlds to be explored, but our dreams are back on Earth and now the work is our reward. And you'll be grateful for seats at the table, though it dips at one
Yeah, see, I can
end and
see
the
them
bench is
creating this in, like,
unstable.
Unreal
You may
Engine.
waste your days, but at least you were able to pay off your grave since we leased you your cradle. Be faithful
Wouldn't be
and
that hard.
pray will repay what you invest. Behave
It's like
as you
cel-shaded
slave for
3D.
humanity's interest. On account that you're all on account and we're quickly amounting humanity's interest. You'd think that we'd sink to the brink of rebellion with markets dependent on peddling weapons. The architect tells them the secret to heaven is simply consuming whatever we sell them. We work to earn the right to work.
I like that sketch effect.
To earn the right to work. To earn the right to work. To earn the right to give.
They got the sequel coming soon as well. I don't like thinking about how far I am behind on some of my Miles of Shame.
Should've read the fine print, my friend. Should've read the fine print.
Like Assassin's Creed is a good example. So far behind on that.
Should've read the fine print.
It's hard to constantly spit out music hits. Wait. See the guy on the right there? This dude on the right with the goggles. That's Dan Bull. That's exactly the dude I was just talking about, that this entire video and rap reminds me of. I think these guys are all from the same clique in the UK. Like, they all know each other because they're all UK-based geek rappers, and they probably use each other's resources and get involved in each other's, like, filming and stuff like that. So Dan is clearly on the track in some fashion as, like, a background voice, backup singer. Where are the credits? The Stupendium. Featuring lyrics, vocals, and video by Stupendium. Cameos by Rustage and Dan Bull. Okay, so the guy on the left must be Rustage, which is probably another UK geek rapper. And then Dan himself, the man. I'd say he's probably top of the... From what I've seen, from what I've experienced, I'd say Dan Bull is probably the #1 UK geek rapper from all the ones I've heard. This guy might be a close second from just this one video alone, to be honest. The production values, but also the quality of the rap. The cleanness of the song. The production values. I would already easily put him maybe second. But if he's like collabing this regularly with people like Dan Bull, that means that they all take this very seriously. And all have the same...
initial here. Welcome to the family.
What would you call it? The same levels of standards when it comes to production values? Oh, there's his Patreon probably as well.
Check out the brand new range of quality Stupendium merchandise, or indeed follow the link.
You know what the first Dan Bull song I ever heard was? Because it was going super viral and people still think it's one of his best. I think it's still one of my favorites of his. Here's Dan Bull's channel. You'll see it's pretty much Stupendium's channel, essentially. There's Warcraft rap, Minecraft rap, Overwatch rap. There's a few Overwatch raps. Assassin's Creed rap, some vlogs. What is this? Ooh, he has a rap to about Metal Hellsinger even. That's very specific. I must have watched that one because it's got a red line. Cool. Is that Evil Genius? Evil Genius 2 rap, of all things. I played that on stream. Grounded. Lethal Company. I remember watching that one of his. Don't even recognize the name. He did a Skyrim one that went heaps viral a long time ago. And I still think it's one of the best. It's kind of a hard rap. Has a lot of Assassin's Creed ones as well. Let me just see. I wonder what the views on it are. He has 3.2 million subscribers. What's the other guy on? 1.14. So he's almost halfway to Dan. But I bet they got a lot of subscriber crossover. Like if you like one of these guys, you're going to end up following the others as well because they're always helping each other or being in each other's raps. Yeah, this is the one here. 3.12 million, 15 million views on this song. 15 million. It must be one of his most viewed raps of all of them. That's way bigger than I expected.
Who's rapping? Overkeen. Dragons? I'm not overkeen. I'll dice them like a knife, slicing right through an aubergine. My dragon shout flow is sweeter than a soda stream. You won't believe your eyes. I'm like an overload of dopamine. A broadsword in one hand and a magic spell in the other. I'm the last of the dragonborn. There's no other, my brother, so run for cover. If you've got scales, then I'm on your tail, and I will not fail like a free-roaming sandbox game. I'm off the rails. I walk the trail through awful gales.
I love how they use the actual Skyrim orchestral music in this.
Stop until you're impaled, and I prevailed in the name of the Lord. I pray to the Lord, you all get a taste of the blade of my sword. I'm taking on hordes of enemy. I face him with hordes of weaponry. The draining my force, the chemistry comes into play with retorts and recipes. Alchemy mixing like a DJ. Restoration, restore my energy. My legacy, odyssey, elegy, prophecies written in heavenly bodies and buried with everybody that ever did bother to mess with me. Dead and I'm terribly, horribly. I'm a celebrity, honestly. You you're a wannabe. I'm a prodigy. The suggestion you're better than me at being a warrior? Ha! Comedy. It's a gift to me. I don't just spit flames lyrically, but literally. And the Elder Scrolls are scripts in which I've written your obituary.
Damn.
I am the Dragonborn, wearing
Roasted.
a hat with badass horns. I'm Dovahkiin, no globally, you're nobody at all.
And this is an example of like the more low budget era of Dan Bull. Like some of his more recent videos are just like that Stipendium guys. Like it's got like good visuals and fancy production values and stuff like that. Whereas this one is back in the day when most of the effort went into the song, and then the footage was basically just like shots from the game with subtitles. Yeah, this was from 13 years ago. So this one's been around for 13 years. But you can kind of see the you can kind of see the arc when you go back to an old, very popular song like this, where it was all just about the lyricism, and then you go to the more recent stuff, and you see like the Stipendium levels of production value. I wonder, can you organize them by popularity? Sometimes they have a category for most viewed. Damn, he doesn't. If I go videos, can I filter by popular? Holy shit. This Minecraft Skeleton Rap remix is 186 million views. I think Dan Bull is rich. Like, no wonder he has so many raps based on like popular things like Minecraft. Because you must get a lot extra clicks out of that. Like his second most viewed video is also Minecraft, the Creeper Rap. 131 million views. Jesus, that's 50 million views less than his highest. I can't even imagine getting 50 million for one video. Overwatch Epic Rap, 21 heroes, 8 years ago. 2 years, 1 year, 4 years, 2 years, 6 years, 7 years. I'm just trying to see the difference in Fallout 4. There's a Bioshock Infinite Rap, 11 years ago. "40 years of gaming." What's this one?
When gamers came along, the planet laughed at us.
This is 10 years ago.
This is gaming in the future, and you haven't heard the last of us. Dismissing this is just an enormous fallacy. So open your mind and let it alter your reality. Hey geeks, I bring a message from the future. There's a new revolution headed to computers. It's 73, but it won't be too long till we can get the TV to play a game of Pong. But it's time to break out of the house. The crazy days of space invaders await us, arcade potatoes.
Oh, it's just a rap about 40 years of gaming. It's a good instrumental.
The first personal computers let loose as manic minor graduate time as the fight is truly useless. Elite gave legions of wee little boys a deep space region of freedom of choice. Now here comes the console, the first one so ended an industry of dimensions untold. The birth of franchise, Mario Brothers, Donkey Kong, Monty Mole, Italia, the others.
Monty Mole.
On and on longer than I can tell until the 90s when the game became handheld. Meanwhile I bought stories of another time and point to click arrived on the shores of Monkey Island. Ever wanna see your chums beat right?
Monkey Island reference. When?
A tournament with all your buddies in your front room. It's all good until you fight a line on doom. Hijack your mind, your mama can't abide this. Night trap, my lap, morals, it's a moral crisis. What are we doing to our youth? They're shooting people glued to screens with super glue. Computers need to be banned when the laws broke. Ban manhunt, ban Grand Theft Auto. Try something musical, but if you've a sore throat,
I was there when they banned Manhunt. I had to import that into Australia.
A sport's a game always, and it's hard fact. And a game became a sport, and its name was StarCraft. Kids used to play with dolls in a house. The Sims is the same, but control with a mouse. Yeah, open worlds about already 3D. Hey, until the Elder Scrolls and GTA. Wait till you see the scale of the monsters and bosses that you face in Shadow of the Colossus. Things are getting bigger, more decision, more maps. Millions of simultaneous players in Warcraft. All the people, so many people. See your whole family can get involved in Wii Sports. And more people means more money, more flair. For big blockbusters, card modern warfare. Even more people, more freedom, more indie games. Limbo, Fez, Super Meat Boy, Brave.
Hey, Limbo, Super Meat Boy.
Constructing infinite disruptible worlds. Minecraft. telephone, yes, I know it sounds absurd. Fruit Ninja, Farmville, reverse. When gamers came along, the planet laughed at us. But this is gaming in the future, man, you haven't heard The Last of Us. Dismissing this as just an
Oh, Last of Us. I missed that reference before. They snuck that one in.
But this is gaming in the future, and you haven't heard The Last of Us. Dismissing this as just an enormous fallacy. So open your mind and let it go to your reality. When gamers came along, the planet laughed at us. But this is gaming in the future, and you haven't heard The Last of Us. Dismissing this as just an enormous fallacy.
Hey, Parappa. I missed that reference too. This is a nice song. It's a cute concept.
Hello, it's Dan Ball.
Hi,
That
Dan
was me
Ball.
rapping, and if you liked it, you might want to go and check out the rest of my channel with lots of gamey, geeky raps. If you don't want to,
They used to do this kind of thing a lot more back like 10 years ago. Starting the channel on the channel. Adorbs. Alice in Gingerland. I remember her. Must be stressful for a YouTuber seeing all the hits being years and years old. New views dwindling. I mean, YouTube's at a stage now where it's oversaturated. There's too many channels, too many people, too many videos, and there's a lot of trash filling it now. As people make with automated channels that are just pumping out AI drivel just to fill the barrels with content. It's very difficult to get a YouTube channel noticed and that famous now. I mean, getting a YouTube channel up to millions of subscribers with videos that have like 50 to 100 million views is something that like you had to have started the YouTube channel like over a decade ago and then built up to some kind of big hit that got you that 100 million views. Like, good luck starting a channel now and building it up to the point of fame and viewer popularity that you can drop a 100 mil viewed viral hit, unless you're like a Bollywood channel dropping Indian music, which seems to be able to do that very easily. Let's all just start making Bollywood. I'm going to start the first Australian Bollywood channel. How about that? I'll be rich next week. It'll take exactly 7 days to become a rich man. Oh, another Skyrim cover. Flutterborn. Oh, it's a My Little Pony Skyrim crossover. I wasn't expecting that. Holy shit. How's this one's views? 1.1 million. Not bad. For a guy with only 30k subscribers, knocking out 1.1 million view videos. That means a lot of people aren't hitting that subscribe button, even though they're enjoying the video. Rude. How could you? You betrayed this man. He made you art, and you slapped him in the face. The Flutterborn. I bet you there's a whole bunch of mods that you can use to turn Skyrim into a My Little Pony adventure. For sure. My Little Pony. My Little Pony. Here it comes. I can hear Skyrim on the piano. Okay, we're just switching up the instruments that we're using to do the Skyrim theme. Bit of synth. From piano to synth. Wearing a hat with badass horns. Globally, no locally, you're nobody at all. My Little hope. The pony animation changed. Do you think they used an AI My Little Pony voice generator to do these vocals? Dance club, dance club. It's like a Cyrodiil dance club. A bunch of kajits on the dance floor. So nostalgic. I remember listening to this over and over. Oh, 12 years. Holy shit, I didn't even look at that. It's kind of weird to see people nostalgic for something random like this, and you're like, oh, this is 12 years old. Holy shit. I'm a bit late to the party. Imagine just listening to this while you're playing Skyrim. Just vibing. I used to be a non-brony, but then I took a Fluttershy to the knee. Haha. I guess 12 years ago would have been right in the middle of that meme. Maybe. In fact, I think even 12 years ago, that meme might have already been dead. To be fair. The arrow to the knee meme is very old. This is before AI. Yeah, I just realized that when I saw the 12. It took me a while to catch on to the year. The pony music video. See, they should not be using that acronym, because that acronym is already taken, unfortunately, and you don't want to be in the same conversation as who already has that acronym, especially if you're based on a child's cartoon. I don't actually know what she's saying. Wait. The captions are trying. The captions are trying. I need to hear what the captions think this says. It heard little, bun, and with their honey. What is this place? F with so many wonders. Casting it, smell that I am the wonder. World and the tree and the sea little. Okay, it's lost it again. Ones, so many words. Hap I am, no. Wonder, and cute. It's struggling. The caption system is so struggling to make the voice out. Now it just says music. It gave up. It packed it in. It's like, you know what? You're just making fun of me now. There was a video a long time ago that I lost, and I never found it again, and I still think about it sometimes. This was over 10 years ago, I'm sure. This is on older YouTube. Maybe not a full 10 years, but I remember seeing a video. I think someone sent it to me, and it was an interview with someone that had some kind of disability. So they had a very funny sounding voice. And that by itself is like, you know, obviously not funny. Like, you know, that would just be offensive for offensive sake. But if you turn on the captions, the auto captions on YouTube, the sentences that it's coming up with, that it thinks that this disabled person is saying, are so funny that you're crying laughing. And it makes it worse. You're laughing even harder because you know how inappropriate it is to be laughing at that video, because it makes it look like you're laughing at a disabled person who can't speak correctly. But it's just that the subtitles, the auto-generated subtitles, are so perfectly insane. Like the stuff that it's coming up with, that it thinks the person's saying, actually do have a cohesive flow to them, but it's pure lunacy in a way that, like, it blew my mind just how, like, accidentally comedic it was. And it's just, the more you laugh, the worse you feel at what you're laughing at, and then it makes you just laugh even more, and then it's like this is so wrong, but holy shit, YouTube, your automated catch 'em system is like popping out pure dark comedy here. I've always wondered what happened to that video, like what video that was. It's so long that there'd be no way to track it down or figure out what it was. But I still remember just crying with laughter and feeling so bad. And it just would have looked like if you were streaming that and someone came into your stream and that was what was on screen and you're crying laughing, you would have looked like a complete asshole. People would like probably flag your account for being some kind of like toxic content creator. Still. Oh yeah. Something got a Bollywood competitor? To my new Bollywood company? Oh no, it's the PewDiePie T-Series song. I remember this. I mean, that was a pretty iconic moment in YouTube history when Pewds was going up against T-Series for the #1 spot, and they went neck and neck. This is 237 million views? Yeah, they were going for top subscriber. Where is that at now? Is there a way to look that up on YouTube? Can you search by channel and then popularity? Let me just think. Where would I go to do this? Search. Is there an advanced search? YouTube highest sub count. As of February 1st, 2025, Mr. Beast is the most subscribed YouTube channel with 354 million. Oh, what? Wait. That's nuts. I remember the fight being between Pewds and T-Series as #1, and he's only at 110. Mr. Beast has gotten to 354 million? Holy Jesus. When did that happen? No wonder that man's rich. Just above T-Series. So T-Series must have eventually overtaken PewDiePie. They were the first channel to reach 100 million. And then they were also the first to reach 200 million. And then I guess at some point after 2021, Mr. Beast caught up and then overtook. Is there a list of the top 10? Okay, wait, maybe this. Alright, there's Mr. Beast. What's the grade based on? Proprietary metric developed by Social Blade takes into account how many views a channel is getting, as well as other things to determine how influential the channel is. Okay, A double plus for Mr. Beast. 844 videos, not that much. So he's definitely vastly overtaken T-Series. T-Series is on 285, and he's on 354, so they're not even close. But it looks like T-Series wins at video views. More people have viewed videos on T-Series' channel than Mr. Beast's. Wait. Is that 1 million billion? So 283 billion video views versus 71 billion. So T-Series has got a lot more video views, but they also have a lot more videos. Their uploads are 22.6 thousand, whereas Mr. Beast is like 840. Followed by Coco Melon Nursery Rhymes. Are you joking? What the hell is Coco Melon Nursery Rhymes? Pewds never went past T-Series, I guess. Wait, didn't he win during that particular fight? Wait.
It's your big day! Incredible job! I know we had our differences, but today, I just want to tell you. Congratulations, it's a celebration.
No, wait, okay, wait. Was this song PewDiePie congratulating T-Series for winning? Because I thought that's what had happened. But Lily says Pewds never actually passed him. Sorry, not him. Them. T-Series is an entity, not a person. I remember Pewds stagnating around 90. I didn't know the annoying Beast was so big. I didn't like Beast. Found him annoying. Never got into him. It's a type of content that is an acquired taste. Let's say. If you're young, I guess it's easy to get into Mr. Beast because, like, he's kind of like the positive version of those YouTube pranksters that are so toxic. Like, he's going out in the real world and doing skits, doing bits with real people, right? He's doing stuff to people. But unlike most douchebag YouTubers that are trying to get famous, he's not going out pranking people, making a nuisance of himself, and pissing people off on purpose. And basically, like, being a douchebag as, like, as a career. Like, when you look at people like that Jat Doherty guy, or that dude that went to Thailand and got into huge trouble, and has, like, people beating him up and stuff. I forgot what that guy's name is. Like, they're basically, what do you call it when they're vice signalers? They're people that make it their entire mission in life to be the bad guy on purpose, because that's what gets attention. And they know that. It's pure clickbaiting. And to any normal human being that looks at their content, it's kind of sickening. Like, watching them just basically being a public nuisance and making people's day worse, it kind of gets under your skin. Like, it makes you want to knock them out. Like, it makes me want to crawl through my TV and just gut check them. Just give them the old sucker punch to the stomach, and then just stand there and eat an ice cream and watch them cry on the floor in the fetal position. Some of them are so hateful. You think he's a douche, but a bit less? I'm not saying he's not a douche. I'm just saying that, like, I think his fame and popularity and success comes from the fact that he found a model to be a positive douche, not a toxic douche, if that makes sense. Like, he essentially does a similar model to those people, but rather than pissing people off on purpose and being a prankster and making people's lives worse and being destructive, he comes up with gimmicks very similar to that of a game show, like a improvisational street game show, to basically, like, make people's lives better, if that makes sense. I mean, not always. Like, sometimes it's just gimmicky, but it's not pranks. It's not being a public nuisance. It's that stuff that he does that it's like, we took 100 blind people and paid for their operations to give them all their sight back. And it's like, it's a gimmick, but you found a way to make a gimmick out of positivity, which is, you can't really fault that. You can still think he's annoying and douchey. That's fine. I mean, you can do the right thing and be what seemingly a good person and still be kind of a insufferable D-bag. Just no reason why not. I don't know much. I don't know how I feel about him, because I don't think I've watched enough of his content to get a feel for his personality and whether I feel it's douchey by my standards or not. I see his thumbnails with him grinning like a douchebag a lot. And I've seen him talk in videos, in, like, when I've seen clips from some of his, like, his more viral things. But I've never really got a sense of him, like, actually Mr. Beast. PewDiePie, I understand more. Like, PewDiePie seems like a good person, but he also has, like, that kind of obnoxious, annoying, more popular with 12 and 13-year-olds kind of YouTuber, streamer thing going on. Like, when you see clips of him, like, yelling and screaming and jumping up and down during a horror YouTube Let's Play and stuff with that kind of, like, shrill voice, it's like, it's clearly meant to be that kind of early YouTube, like, every 12 and 11-year-old is following this stuff. But I've never got the sense that he's a bad person, though. It's just that as someone who's older, when he was coming up, like, I remember seeing clips of his and being like, oh, okay, I can see how with the younger demographic this would be, like, enthralling. But after 5 to 10 minutes, it's like, it's starting to really grate on me. Which, I mean, what are you going to do? I mean, I'm sure there's people that have said that about me, or would. Me sitting here fucking flapping my gums. After 5 minutes, you might be like, all right, shut this guy up. I don't want to hear from him anymore. How old is this? Only 5 years.
Congratulations to your corporation. Guess you be one Swedish boy, you need a billion Asians.
Oh, this is snarky, isn't it? I just realized. Like, this is a celebratory congrats video to T-Series, but it's also kind of satirical. There's a slight middle finger in I can detect in this video. I prefer you privately giving to charity because of a gal rather than bragging about it and earning more money on doing the charity than you gave. I mean, to be fair, like, you're not wrong that Mr. Beast does good things in order to essentially weaponize the marketability of doing good things for fame and money, which does have a certain ickiness to it. Like, it's not hard to see why people would find that a bit it's hard, it's difficult because it's like, on the one hand, it doesn't seem like a very respectable, benevolent thing to do. Like, doing the right thing because you found a way to make fame and fortune out of it. Does that still make it count as doing a good thing? If someone said, go be nice to that homeless man, here's $1,000. Am I still a good person for being nice to the homeless man? If I'm doing it simply because I'm benefiting from the activity. Like, I wouldn't have done it if it wasn't for the fact that I was being paid very handsomely to do it. Doesn't matter how nice and benevolent I'm acting in the moment to the homeless guy. It's like, you were given $10,000 to do this, so of course you're putting your all into it because this is making you rich. Like, there's an argument to be had there, and it's a difficult one, because on the other side of the thing, it still doesn't take away from the fact that a good thing is being done. Like, at this point, he's done so many gimmicky videos that have helped so many people in so many specific and unique ways. Like, spending a fortune to go over to Africa to rebuild schools and stuff, and he's actually there doing it himself, like, hands on brick. But it's like, that still got done, and that's still a good, benevolent thing. But then, it's like, how do you reconcile that with the fact that they still took a camera with them, and what makes them rich is still the fact that they're filming themselves doing those kinds of things. So it's a very difficult dilemma to reconcile, like, ethically, morally. I'm very much trapped in the middle of that. Like, I still can't write him off entirely, because if it wasn't for him, a shocking amount of good stuff still wouldn't have been done. But if he wasn't getting rich off it, would he still have done it or be doing it? I mean, I guess no, because he can only do it because it makes him rich. It's because he's being turned into a millionaire from doing it that he can spend those millions on doing more of that stuff. But I don't know. You prefer not sticking a camera in the face of people and telling them to be happy? Yeah, have you ever watched one of those YouTube videos where some YouTuber goes up to homeless people in LA to give them food and hangs out with them, and they're like, oh, thank you, so kind. He's like, oh yeah, don't worry about it, here's a whole bag of food. And it's like, there's something so stagey about it. On the one hand, it's like, that's great that homeless guy got a massive bag of food off this dude, but like, we're kind of part of watching the video kind of makes you part of this weird circle jerk where we're kind of, us and the rest of the audience are going along basically watching this guy wank himself off, essentially. Like, look how amazing I am. I'm giving to the poor and all this stuff. And sometimes you watch ones that are so misguided where they're acting like they're doing something good for poor people or whatever, but what they're actually doing is actually kind of obnoxious and insulting. And you're like, I see how you think you're doing a good thing here, but you're being a massive douchebag. There's some that just don't know how to do it at all. You can tell they grew up in one of those Beverly Hills families where their dad probably bought them a car at 15, and it was like a drop-down convertible or something. The school they improved was CGI to look worse in the video. I shouldn't laugh, but that's so sad. God damn. Oh well. The YouTuber generation is a interesting one. It's all very icky, but at the same time, it's like some good things are being done, but like all for the wrong reasons. And are people being taught the wrong lessons from this? I mean, the lesson's being taught because a good thing has been done, but is it the wrong lesson? Is it worth it to do all those good things if the lesson is not the right? I don't know. I still find it difficult. I mean, sometimes, even if you're giving off a benevolent message, even if it's kind of douchey, you going around giving to poor people, whatever, sometimes the horde of 13, 14-year-olds that you encourage to do similar things, who went and created their own YouTube accounts, but they don't have the moral center to do it correctly, or to know even what it is to be empathetic. They're just trying to copy things they've seen other people do, and then they do it in ways that are really cringe and are clearly not benevolent, and that backfires on them, and then it just makes more YouTube trash. I don't know. It's awful. Oh wait, did I miss this link? Or is it the same link? I can't remember. Oh no. Wait. Why does he look like Mr. Rogers?
Hey kids!
Oh no.
Gather round, little ones, it's music time! Here is the story that I'm telling about a stupid fucking bitch ass melon.
Uh-oh. Okay. I'm going to assume that he never said that in front of the kids. They probably filmed them separately, or had a replacement track where the syllables for the swear words were similar, but they could change the song later. That's a good trick, by the way. Whose kids are these? Jesus Christ. Okay. Why do we have to invoke Mr. Rogers? The man was so pure. Can you imagine being the parent that's like, oh, I'll let my kid be in a PewDiePie video, sure.
You ain't fucking passing me. Last time that I did, you took a government to blacklist me. Yeah, I saw your shit. Ew, fucking cringe. It's not even funny.
Quick question. Why do people think that PewDiePie is a fascist, a Nazi? I've seen like lots of memes since he's chilled out on YouTube and been living his life about people essentially calling him like a fascist and a Nazi and stuff. Like, where did that come from? Is it because he looks super Aryan, like the blonde hair and the blue eyes? Or did he do something at some point? Or a series of things that people have compiled over the years and are like, he removed the video a few weeks after uploading it. This one. It's a shame purely from the production value standpoint of like, it took effort to get the shoot together and have to involve kids. You know what I mean? Like if I had to set up an entire shoot to film a bunch of kids for a music video, that would have been exhausting.
And your head is really big. Why? You're approaching me? What, you think I'm nervous? Your audience is just a bunch of motherfucking virgins. Don't tell your mama. Don't be a fucking snitch. Don't be like
who do you think? What do you?
Rainbow fucking bitch.
Who do you think turned on it? Like, what do you think happened that got him to remove it within that week? Like, where do you think the backlash came from? Were there, because he's so big and well known, even outside of YouTube circles in some cases, do you think there are parents of 12 and 13-year-olds that are huge PewDiePie fans from watching him play Amnesia and stuff like that? The parents would have seen this and been like ruffled. And they would have like flag the video for YouTube.
Spartan shit, eat a baby straight off a cliff. If they make it out alive, I'll be their make-a-wish.
She's been vlogging from Japan. It's probably better content than his old Let's Play stuff, at least. Because that stuff did start to get very old very quickly when I looked at some of it.
Daddy, fuck your mommy too. Fuck everything you love, most of all, fuck you. Cry, 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 yeah.
You know who did this same joke, by the way? I just realized, but it's probably years later. Well, this is a 5 month ago re-upload, so I don't... When did this video originally get dropped? No one in the description said? Nope, nope. Nope. Okay, well, I don't know when this originally went up, but do you remember the movie that Lonely Island made that was like a piss take of people like Justin Bieber? I think it was a fake Justin Bieber-esque music biography documentary called, I think it was called Never Stop, Never Stopping. I saw it on Blu-ray. And it's got the whole Lonely Island cast in it. There's a song that they do on stage at a concert that's basically, the whole joke is essentially like, it's a song directed, it's a dance club kind of hip-hop song directed at kids, but the whole thing is kind of like a fuck your parents, you know, don't do what they say, drink bleach, run to the sink, kind of, you know, that kind of stuff. It's that that obvious juxtaposition is like the gag, and that's kind of what Pewds is doing.
I'm your mommy now, you widow baby bitch. I'll say anything, I don't give a fuck. What? Santa isn't real, it's your daddy dressed up. What? Mommy's always lying when she says you're really smart. Your dog is not in heaven, he is rotting in the yard.
That little girl was laughing when he was saying that.
I'll spoil Harry Potter, wait, JJ already did that. You on that baby shit. I'ma teach you about the real world, baby bitch. Scrub behind your ears, then you rinse your eyes. And when you leave the
Why is he a samurai?
6'9". A is for apple, B is for Bex, C is for Jackie. Shut the fuck up! Rainbow bitch, hair too bright. He a dumb who can fight.
He's really getting a lot of mileage out of the samurai outfit.
Cry, then your brain will end up like 6999.
The 6'9" references. Oh damn, it's starting to get stuck in my head. I didn't need that. Oh, the American Psycho reference. Cool. What's happening? Uh-oh. Are we turning the kids into a militia? It's not a bad instrumental. Decently produced.
A billion views a week. Babies must be viewing when their mommy is asleep, while their brain is developing before they can talk. They learn to subscribe before they can walk.
Is that Cocomelon? That looked very Cocomelon to me.
Mommy, please don't take me out.
Hold up. Cocomelon. It's number 3. Is there a link directly to them from here? Made for kids, educational. Go to Social Blade Premium. How do I go to the
legal fight? Otherwise, use a rainbow bitch.
Why is he dissing 6'9"?
Why is he dissing 6'9", that kid said.
Are you struggling to grow your YouTube channel? Or
no. Recent video. Ah, here we go. What the hell is this web? Oh my god.
Are you ready to learn together?
Okay, so Cocomelon does have some production values for their kids show. That's fair. It's not just some auto-generated 3D nonsense like AI stuff. Like some of these kids channels are now are. You know how lucrative kids-only YouTube is? If you can pump out like auto AI-generated CG slop like a couple of times a day for some like YouTube Kids channel, like that can make you a mint. There is some nonsense like that already on here that makes crazy amounts. It's kind of unfortunate. This one. Oh wait. What did I reference? Oh yeah, this is the movie, yeah. Finest Girl, yeah.
Efficiency of the assassination of
Bin Laden. Obviously, this is not the song I'm talking. Oh, this is the song I'm talking about. Connor for real.
This one's dedicated to all the little kids out there whose parents are always riding, telling you to do your homework, never letting you eat dessert, and making you go to bed before you're ready. But listen, the next
The parents.
time they're acting bogus, I want you to try this out. Stand up on your tippy toes, look them dead in the
Love the
eye,
backup
and
dances.
say, Mom, Dad, you can both fuck off. I don't want your life, I don't know you shit, and I hate your rules, fuck off. So get out of my room, you can suck my dick, motherfucking shithead bitch, you can fuck. I'm gonna live forever. I hope you get butt fucked in prison. And that's what you should say. But what about at school?
You know what's funny? It's the same joke essentially as what PewDiePie was doing, but I think this Lonely Island version of it is kind of like, it's like the less offensive version of this joke, because I feel like the PewDiePie one, and this is probably the reason why he took it down, essentially why he rethought it. It gives off this vibe of like the joke is he's corrupting kids, you know what I mean? Like, obviously, I don't believe that the way he filmed it was putting any kids in harm's way. Like, some of the worst things he says in those lyrics, I don't think the kids would have heard that on set. Like, they would have been... I'm sure they would have been more responsible than that. But the overall vibe of the video is, like... There's something icky about it. There's something more icky about it, whereas... The joke that they're doing here is more like... more about kids today and what they're actually like. Like, this is already the vibe of kids to their parents in modern days. Like, there's so much less punishment when it comes to, like, how parents deal with children now. Like, a lot of parents get walked all over because they fear people judging them for, like, giving their kid a spanking or whatever. And so kids turn into, like, entitled little shits and actually will swear at their parents and do whatever the hell they want. And I feel like this is, like, a Justin Bieber-esque douchebag appealing to an already shitty, toxic youth that already behave this way, which is more satire about society. Whereas the PewDiePie one, there isn't really any satire. The joke is purely PewDiePie is being offensive to children. Like, that's, you know what I mean? Like, there's a difference sometimes in tone with how you handle a joke. And I think that's probably what he realized himself. Like he had an idea. He kind of thought he had a handle on it. He did it. It was, production values wise, it was well executed. But then when he looked at it again after taking a week away from it, and it had been online for a bit and people were complaining, I'm sure he looked at it and went, you know what? I feel like the tone of this got away from me, and it's more offensive than funny for no real reason or satirical purpose. Children going, you will go to prison if you punish me, is a really tough problem to solve. It's already a problem with parents, but I feel really bad in particular for teachers, because I've seen way too many clips on Twitter and YouTube of teachers being berated, insulted, in some cases physically assaulted and threatened, and they can't do anything because you can't get into a punch-up with a teenager. Because you're the adult in the situation, you're the one who cops all the fallback. It's like you're meant to be the more mature, responsible one, but then you get these punk kids that are literally like punching you in the face or like kicking you on the ground and stuff, like going all out. I've seen videos of that happening. Like there was one I saw literally a week or two ago on Twitter that was a teacher in the parking lot. He scolded a student for something in the classroom, typical normal shit. And then this lanky teenager just cornered him in the parking lot and was kicking the shit out of him. The guy was like on the ground. He was getting kicked. He tried to grab the kid's leg and get him into a lock, and they ended up ground and pound rolling around like in the UFC. And all the other teenagers were just forming a circle and filming on their phones and stuff. And it's like, it's just disgusting. Like, I feel so icky watching it. For one thing, where are the good kids in that crowd? Where's the one kid in that crowd that is willing to step out and pull the other kid off the teacher and be like, and stand up for the teacher? You know what I mean? Like, where's that kid? Why are there none of those? Like, I watch that and I'm like, I want to be 14, 15 years old again so I can crash tackle that kid off the teacher. And because the kids can fight the kids. Like, what that teacher really needs is another kid that's willing to throw hands to help him. Because the second that teacher throws a punch, now he's the problem. Now he's the one getting in trouble. Like, what does he do? Just take an ass beating because he's not allowed to defend himself? Or suddenly, like, he's the one who did the wrong thing? I don't agree with that. I don't think anyone should have to take an ass beating for any reason. Like, don't come to me and tell me you're taking me to court and suing me for beating the ever-loving shit out of your kid when he's the one who kicked me in the face in the first place. If I'm a teacher and I get caught in the parking lot and some kid is trying to ground pound, kid's getting suplexed to the asphalt. And that's self-defense. I don't care how old he is and how old I am. Good kids would get bullied. Well, when I say good kids, I'm not necessarily meaning goody two-shoes Boy Scout nerds. I'm talking about just any kid willing to go, this is fucked up. I don't want to stand here and watch my teacher get 7 shades kicked out of him by the class delinquent. I'm willing to take a couple of knocks to the head to do the right thing. I mean, there's got to at least be like one person. Like, it frustrates me. I hate seeing when adults do that. You know, when you see incidents occur in, you know, you see some clip on YouTube from New York of some guy getting bashed in the street because he bumped into some other dude's shoulder at a crosswalk or whatever. You know, typical just adult fight. And it's like, sometimes you can, it's clear as day who the bully and who the victim is. And maybe in the fight, the victim might be struggling. And it's like, where are the other adults that can see what's going on here and step in to help the person that's clearly the one being assaulted? In so many of these cases, people just form crowds and film on their phones and put their hands over their mouths like, oh my God, I can't believe what's happening. It's like, I need a couple of Steve Rogers to step up, man. Like, where are the Steve Rogers in the crowd? Where is the heroism? Have we lost the heroism in public? Where are the people that are willing to sacrifice to do the right thing? Like, I'm not saying that, for example, I'm not saying that I can fight, or that I would, if I tried to step in to help somebody, that I would definitely actually help or win the fight. Like, I could get my ass beaten if I tried that. The difference is you should be willing to get your ass beaten for the right reasons. Like, it's not that you know you can win the fight. It's that something's happening, someone needs help. It's worth getting your head kicked in as well to at least be the person that's willing to step in and help somebody else. Maybe you and the other guy both get your ass kicked. Whatever. As far as you're concerned, no regrets. You did the right thing. Doesn't matter what the outcome was in the end. You made the right call. I could applaud that. If you were to rewind time and make a different choice, you would still do the same thing again, despite the fact that you know you're going to get your ass kicked. Because it's the right choice. There's no changing your mind. Oh, I got my ass kicked, so I guess I'll just rewind time and let it happen, because I didn't win anyway. Not what it's about. It's about the fact that you took the risk and you made the sacrifice. Where is that? Where is that in society? I thought this was the reason why we all love superhero movies so much, why we all look up to superheroes and that kind of content is because that's what those stories are always about. It's always about underdogs standing up for the greater good and sacrificing for it. Look at Peter Parker. The whole point of Spider-Man is that he's a kid who got lucky with the powers, but he's still a kid. He struggles in school. He struggles to keep the girl. He gets bullied. He's poor. He can barely pay the rent. Nobody suffers more than Peter Parker, and he shouldn't have to, but he does because it's the right thing to do. He does the right thing even though it's going to affect his real life. He misses the date with MJ because he had to save someone's life. He can't stay awake in class and he fails the exam, even though he's smart enough to be able to actually ace it because he was up all night fighting Doc Ock. Like, he sacrifices. And we look up to that stuff. We respect superhero narrative and fiction because it's the modern day Greek myths, the Herculeses and all that stuff. It's the new form of obvious morality tales. And that's, I think, an important delineator. Obvious morality tales. It's all throughout history, mankind has always had the obvious morality tale content, the stuff that is for the cheap seats, you know, the Shakespearean shit. People sometimes forget that Shakespeare was, you know, the equivalent of B-grade schlock bullshit in the cinema. Like, he wasn't classy like people think his content was. It was for the cheap seats, the people who wanted to see the violence, the sex, the betrayals, the telenovela stuff. Like, all throughout history, I don't know why I went off on that tangent. All throughout history, like, we've always had forms of fiction that were obvious morality tales, are obvious ethics lessons. And today's version is superhero content. And, you know, a lot of society treats this kind of content as cheesy and doesn't really respect it because of the obvious nature of it. But the obvious nature is important. Down in the luck, good person gains the power and the responsibility to be able to do something. They do it despite the sacrifice required because they are a good person and this is what you should do. This is obvious morality tale 101 stuff. But it makes us feel good inside to see it happen because we want to believe that we would be that person. But if we all sit and watch those movies with a single tear dripping down our cheek at the grand sacrifices of our Peter Parkers or whatever, and we respect it so much, where are we, you know, in public when the shit actually goes down? Why is everyone just standing there on the sidewalk with their phones out, filming it to show their friends later? Like, there's this disconnect between what we look up to and how we feel about it and how we actually behave when the shit hits the fan. And it makes me sad, man. Why is the most douchebag version of Andy Samberg on my screen while I'm saying all this? What the fuck? A person did intervene here in Denmark about a year ago. Gang went to his house and went to beat him up. Ended up killing him rather than just smashing his legs to put him in a wheelchair for life. Oh, God. That's bleak. I mean, that's like the indie A24 movie version of what I was talking about, with the real stakes and the brutal, real, tragic, realistic outcome. They're trying to be a good person. Not the best message, but I do like me some some brutally tragic A24 level indie stuff. Good drama. I'm gonna watch something much more uplifting, I think. Oh, perfect. Wait, hang on. There's a new TV spot for Superman. Oh, what a perfect segue that is from what I was just talking about. 100%. Oh, it's only 30 seconds. Oh, because it's a TV spot. That's the whole point. Oh, we're not going to get much more from this. It's probably going to be... Of the 30 seconds, I'm predicting 22 seconds of recycled footage from the main trailer. As this is. Oh, they're just going to show the best of from the trailer. Oh, wait, hang on. No, the soundtrack. The soundtrack's where it's at. Hang on. Woo! Ooh. That was a very simple but effective spot. God damn. Okay, the only new footage there that I could tell is Lex Luthor right here getting off this ship, looking Balenciaga as hell. Balenciaga Lex. And there's Crypto. This flying shot at the end here. I've seen screenshots of this on Twitter, actually, of people arguing about it, so now I know where this came from. This little loop-a-de-loop. People have been commenting on this little loop-de-loop shot here. Some people love it, some people hate it, whatever. Loop-de-loop. Some people make the weirdest arguments for stuff like this. I remember there was some people saying, why doesn't he just fly this way? Away from it? Why does he take the hard way through this little crevasse and have to do a little barrel roll? He did a barrel roll. And they're kind of missing the point. Like, he's having fun with his flight. He did it on purpose because he's having a good time. You hope he will have build vision and can throw his S to catch people. He will definitely not. There's absolutely no way. If he does, I'll be super mad. But I don't think I'll be happy at all. That's the one thing I don't like about the Christopher Reeves movies is how many stupid things they made up and pulled out of their ass because they didn't really care about the comic content. They were just trying to do whatever. And it got worse with every movie. It's not how we make these kinds of movies nowadays. You got to adhere to the text. Adapt it how you want, put some flavor on it, but don't give Superman the head of a frog because you can. Like, do the thing. I almost said head of a horse, but then people would think that I'm making references to Beta Ray Bill in Marvel, which is just Thor with a head of a horse, basically. I fly like that in games too, it's fun. Yeah, see, I think he's just having a good time. People are so used to grimdark Superman because of the Snyder stuff that I think they're thrown by the idea that Superman can be lighthearted and can enjoy himself. Maybe if he's flying through the Arctic, he might do a loop-de-loop or two. Just for fun. Like, you know, I don't know. He's very sad about this robot dying, by the way. Okay, the flying thing at the end is neither here nor there. It's the sound. It's the audio. I gotta watch this again and turn this up. Listen to this. Okay, that's too high. That Superman theme being hummed by a female voice. It's so good. Why does it make my eyes water? That's twice in a row now. I can't listen to that. I can't listen to that humming of the theme without like getting weirdly teary-eyed. That's awkward. It's just iconic. It's iconic, and that little rendition of it, there's something super soulful about it. Like it screams this is the right tone. You know what I mean? Like, this is about the Boy Scout Superman we know from the comics. The goody two-shoes Superman. No grim, dark brooding. Also, a scene where he kisses and gropes a lot of people because they'll forget it. Oh, you mean the amnesia ray? Superman's amnesia hypnotism? Good lord, they were playing fast and loose with that shit. Why? It's very upsetting. Lex is moving like Pitbull. Oh my god, he does look like Pitbull. Balenciaga Pitbull. Those sunglasses look trendy as hell. Those are expensive looking. To have Lex's funds. Wish I had a Lex Corp. I want to be rich. I promise I won't turn into a supervillain. I mean, if I do become a supervillain, then I guess my promises are moot. It's not like it would matter if I made a promise or not. I'm a villain. That's what we do, is break promises. Doesn't really help anybody. God damn, this is good. You know what it reminds me of a little bit? They did a motion poster at one point. Hang on. And it had a really good piece of audio attached to it. Is this it here? Oh, it's the same piece. Yes. This is why... Okay, this is why it got me. Before we'd seen any official pictures or any trailers, this is what they released. This beautiful motion poster with the lights streaking and this piece of audio over it. It's just, it's the tone. This is it. It's everything it needs to be. Now all the movie has to do is live up to it. Oh, good luck. I wonder who's humming this. I wonder who the vocalist is, or if it even matters. Look at this comment is perfect. I can't express how amazing this score is making me feel inside. Thank you, James Gunn, for bringing hope back to Superman. Mwah. Chef's kiss. Good comment. That's exactly, this is probably why I tear up when I hear that audio. It's just vibes. It's just nuclear grade vibes. I hope this movie's good. Really good marketing doesn't necessarily make for a good movie. A bad movie you can make amazing marketing out of. It's happened plenty of times. I just hope this pulls it off. I feel like people need this. There are a lot of DC fans that have felt abandoned for a while now. Oh, not this again. Why? You know how difficult this was to get through the last time we watched this? Jesus fuck. Did you end up... Wait, did you end up watching this? I know this has been out for a while now. Like, when we watched the trailer on stream, this has been out for like a week already, hadn't it? Or a week or two. Or was it about to come out? I can't remember. October 11. That's when it came out. I can't remember what stream we watched this trailer on. I don't think I can do it. It hurts too much. Hang on. Let me send the points back, but I am going to click through it.
Very competitive, and he didn't.
This is the part here where it all falls to pieces. Ready?
That was the last time I saw him on his feet.
That's the bit. And this is where we all start swallowing hard.
Mr. Reeve currently has no movement or spontaneous respiration.
Superman, crazy. Just that simple little thing over the horse.
I'd ruined my life. To Dana, maybe we should let me go.
She came flying in, and she just yelled, "I love you. I love you."
And then she said the words that saved my life.
Ready for the music to
still
stop?
You, and I love you.
Brother Chris is fighting like...
I'm trying to chop it up to avoid getting emotional again.
I felt I needed to do something, not just for myself, but for everyone else in the same condition.
That is tough, because I can feel him, but he can't feel me.
It must have been hell for my mom, too.
Oh.
What is a hero?
Popping off.
My answer was that a hero is someone who commits a courageous action.
This is such a good quote to end the trailer on too.
Without considering the consequences. Now my definition is completely different. I think a hero is an ordinary individual who finds the strength to persevere and endure in spite of overwhelming obstacles.
I wouldn't have missed this for the world.
Nick Cage is about to tear up. It's that... Oh, it's that piece of music that's like... Da, 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 da. When that starts hitting, like, that's when it started to hurt me. I was just trying to jump around to avoid a little bit of that. Oh, no. Oh. I need... Okay, hang on. I need something lighthearted that's not, like, serious and wholesome and... I Am Cat. Here we go. Here's a trailer for a video game called I Am Cat. just to get away from, like, the serious, heart-wrenching stuff. Okay, if this trailer ends up being serious and heart-wrenching and I cry over a dead CG cat, I'm gonna be really mad. Oh my god, he's cat? Is this a first-person cat simulator? Oh, it is too. Wow. That's hilarious. What the fuck? Is this VR? This is starting to look VR. This is looking VR to me. Get the pitch. The fluidity of controls of these paws is definitely VR. This is just basically Be a Nuisance simulator. Be an annoying little puss. You can make sausage? You can clean things with sponges? You can fix electrical? Is there anything this cat can't do? Oh my god, he killed a man. This game is incredible. What the hell? You can rob the store. This is the most robust cat simulator I've ever seen. Why? I don't even understand why the cat's doing all this. Why was he repainting the wall? Chippies? Okay, I get the throwing things on the floor. That's pretty cat. That's 100% cat. There's a cat, there's a cat, there's a cat. The old lady's hitting the cat with a pan. That's animal abuse. I don't agree with that. Even if the cat's being a nuisance. There's something about that that gave me, what's it called? Untitled Goose Game. That gave me serious Untitled Goose Game vibes. Oh, it's right here. Holy shit, it's actually a related video. Untitled Goose Game, but first-person VR. And his cat. The only animal that's potentially more of an arsehole than a goose. Or at least equivalent. This is VR though, right? Am I making this up? Beyond Granny's house, players can explore expanded locations, including a town map, garage, okay, blah blah blah. Oh, meta, here we go. Meta Quest. Yeah, it is VR. I just had to make sure. Add to your wish list. It's also on Steam. Da, 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 da. The whole kit and caboodle deluxe pack contains what? Christmas skin, pirate skin, vampire skin. Just the skin? Unique items, taser, banana peel, baseball bat. Okay. Alright, well, it's wish listed. I can now be cat. Congrats. Congrats to me. That looks fun. There is other games already like that. There's a game on Steam I actually own called Cat Lateral Damage, which is actually a first-person Be a Nuisance of a Cat game. Not VR. But it is a game where you run up on the shelves and knock jars and glasses off things, and just generally be cat. So it's not new, but the VR angle does make it fresh. So I like that a lot. What is this? Restitched official trailer 1 month ago from Trixel Creative. There's a cute teddy bear. Is this a bait and switch? Is this going to be like a violent... Like, oh, it's all cute and stuff, but juxtaposed with crazy violence. Hang on, let me look it up. What's it called? Restitched. I can't tell. Okay, let me look at it. Wait. I'm on a deep dive of cute, wholesome games now for some reason. Oh, I don't think it's a bait and switch. I think it's just a cute game. I guess that's refreshing. Like, you're kind of waiting for the horror to kick in. What's the concept, though? Like, can you re-sew yourself into other forms to solve puzzles? That's what I'm hoping. Okay. Oh, this is kind of like... This looks like it was inspired by Little Big Planet. It has that same textile physicality to it. It is more 2D platformy than I was expecting. Well, that at least answers my question. I was actually convinced this was going to be like a... It's cute, but it's super violent and gory, or it's going to be like a secret horror game. So it's got advanced level editing for players to make their own and share their own levels. It's pretty cool. I'd never use it. There better be a campaign mode with a story. Like, I don't want a game where it's just you and other people playing each other's custom levels. I would hate that. It's one of the reasons I'm not interested in a Mario Maker. There's Mario Maker games. Like, the whole point of those games is to play, like, ingenious custom Mario levels by other players, but I just couldn't do stuff. I want actually curated, developer designed games. Give me a Mario Odyssey any day. Vacuum cleaner game you may have seen before. Oh, you're talking about the one with the Roomba? What was the name? It was like Rambo cross with Roomba. Roombo? Something? We're talking about cute games that are super violent randomly? Where you're the little Roomba cleaning up the house after people break in and you murder them and you have to vacuum up all the blood. Let me just see. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, I've got this on Steam. There's a sequel now, I think, as well. I don't like the time limit aspects to it, though. I like cozy cleaning games. You just get to hang around the environment and clean everything up, make everything nice. Kind of like Viscera Cleanup Detail. Like Viscera Cleanup Detail, you can hang out for hours in the levels, just like mopping the floors and scrubbing the walls and welding the bullet holes shut until everything is pristine. Many dopamines to be had. Before even Power Simulator even existed. I think we actually talked about this on stream before. You might have actually sent a link to this when we were talking about something similar. I didn't know there was a sequel. Yeah, let me go to Steam real quick. It might link to it. Because the first one's mad cheap, but... Which one's this? Roombo First Blood. Justice Sucks. Okay, I don't know which one's which. Justice Sucks Tactical Vacuum Action. Cool, okay, anyway. When is the date on this? 9th of September 2022. 8th of August 2019. Okay, so Roombo First Blood is the first game. Justice Sucks is the sequel. Whoa. This sale is actually legit. 80% off, Justice Sucks. $30 down to $5.90. Hint, hint. Amazing. What's this? Oh, Tiny Build. Everything Must Go sale. I love Tiny Build. They got some good stuff. Spiderheck was theirs. That was a hell of a stream. I played Potioncraft on stream as well. I've played Punch Club 1 a long time ago before I streamed. I've played so many of their games. I missed out on playing Graveyard Keeper when it was on Game Pass. I'm still kicking myself about that. Cartel Tycoon. Happy's Humble Burger Farm. Wait, I thought I had this. Wait, I could have sworn I had this game. Oh, I'm not logged in, that's why. It's not even showing me. I don't know why it logged out. This was logged in before, when I wishlisted that last game. Hello Neighbor 3? Oh, coming soon. Those games kind of suck, so good luck with that one. Nitro Kid. Oh, it's a tactical martial arts card-based battler. Tiny Kid, I played on stream. Bookwalker, I played on stream. I've played so many of this company's games on my Twitch. I played Despot's game on my stream. I played Hello Neighbor 1. Kill It With Fire I played. Cluster Truck I played. I'm an old hat at Tiny Build. They should sponsor me. Played so many of their games live on stream. That's crazy. Kingmakers is theirs as well, apparently. That's going to be so much fun. That game is wild. All Will Fall? Oh, that's like a physics-based base builder. I'm curious about this Astergos game. This looks kind of cool. A little bit indie, but I kind of want to play it. Lovely Planet Arcade. No idea. Rhythm Sprout, spoiler alert. Okay, I'm getting distracted. Okay. More importantly, I just remembered this. I want to blow your mind real quick. Ready? I'm actually enthralled by this as a gaming concept, and some people might think I'm crazy, but check this out. This game is called A Game About Digging a Hole. That is the actual name of the game. Check out A Game About Digging a Hole reveal trailer. Dig deep, sell what you find, update your equipment, and continue your journey further and further down. With every spadeful that you dig, you get closer to the truth. Whatever that means. It's literally a game about digging a hole in your backyard. I've been holding onto this trailer because I've been excited. This is so up my alley. Look. Those digs are very tiny. I feel like you need to do bigger scoops with your shovel, my friend. Yeah, I think... Oh, you have to upgrade the shovel and stuff. Okay, that makes sense. Look at this hole. Holy shit. Yes. Can you dig sideways and do you have to dig straight down? I like that you have to place some lights and stuff. No scaffolding required, thankfully, but you do have to place your own lighting. Holy shit, okay. There is something down under your backyard. The plot thickens. They weren't kidding. As a child, I yearn for the mines. Oh, I don't know why, but I love this. Look at the size of this hole this man dug in his backyard. And tell me you don't want to play this game. I will sit here for 12 hours straight, on stream, and I will dig the ever-loving hell out of Grandma's house. I don't even want the TNT. Just give me the drill and the shovel. It's Cookie Clicker merged with Voxel Minecraft. Yeah, the graphics and the clumpy clay-like nature of the digging is fascinating. Look at this. It's not as satisfying to watch such small clumps get dug out at once. It frustrates me a little bit, but that's the point of upgrading your tools. Like, you gotta go somewhere. If you could dig out big, real-life shovel-sized clumps at once, this would go much faster. Be less game. I really want to play this. I'm feeling it hard. Is it on Steam? Wait. It is. Why am I not wishlisted yet? God damn it. Look at them mines. It's starting to remind me a bit of, look at this. It's starting to remind me a little bit of Deep Rock Galactic. Just a touch. Why are there just briefcases of money under your house? Repeatedly. Over and over again. Like, where's all that coming from? What are the Steam people? Oh, I can't see them. Damn. Me looks at the backyard. My backyard. Don't. Forget the treasure. I'll take that house for 10k. Nice. GTA 6 got some stip competition next year. True that. I'll be playing this instead of GTA 6. Guaranteed. I love how positive everyone in the comments are. Everyone's on board for this concept. In real life version of the game. Oh no.
In 2015, I quarried up the whole garden, and right underneath my feet, I made an underground bunker.
Oh my god, why? 4 years ago. That wasn't so long ago. 43 million views? Do you think at some point during the digging the hole game, you'll get access to one of these?
Sooner or later, my style's stuck in the rut, like an 80s waiter. Take me one rip you
With the ska music too.
just keep it long on top and short up the sides. It seems that street talk is being put on the shelf.
So he just had a mate with a digging machine? I forgot what to call it. Bulldozer. I mean, I think most people can agree that there's something intriguing about the idea of having an underground bunker of your own. Is that a man thing? Would all men agree with this?
Street talk is being put on the shelf. I wouldn't want my ear cut by anybody else.
It seems like it took a lot of work. Jesus Christ, wait.
You never know when you might need it.
Alright, I want to see the
So as
finished
you can see,
result.
it completely blends in. If you didn't know it was here, you wouldn't know it was here. The grass is all the same now. It's pretty flat. I've got houses behind me which didn't have.
It would take a long time to make this
the
video
solid
too.
Shed is still a really solid shed. If you want to see how to make that shed, there is a video showing you how to make that shed. And that shed actually won Shed of the Year in 2017 for the bunker bit as well. Oh,
There's a
looks
shed
pretty
of the
normal up
year?
here. Let's
I
have a
didn't even
look.
know that there was a shed competition. Oh, the shed is hiding the entrance of the... Sick. What do you do in your bunker? Just man cave up? I don't like how shitty the carpet is.
It's just as amazing as the day I built it.
Nice. Keep going. I want to see more rooms.
Is this the real thing? Or is
This place has stood still in time. Even the tape is still stuck to the walls. The ladder, of course, of it being stainless steel, they've got no corrosion, it's got no damage on it or anything. The only thing I have changed in the tunnel, as I'd like to call it, is I have lacquered the walls and I've added 4 vents into the floor, and I'll get onto why I did that shortly when I'm in the main room. The only other thing which has happened in here, which hasn't happened anywhere else.
You'd want
in the
vents
whole
because
bunker,
you'd suffocate, right?
is there's a bit on the wall here that sounds hollow. I'm guessing the cement has contracted slightly. No other place in the whole bunker does it sound like that. Right then, on to the main bit.
My OCD could never.
This is still one of the best things I
Nice.
have ever made.
It's adorable. You know what would be nice? You know what's the nicest thing about this? The sense of seclusion. Like, you can't be found here. Like, you'd feel truly... It would truly feel private, you know what I mean?
Now,
You could
stats
just
on the
chill
roof,
and know that no one
it's
can bust in on you at any
24 foot
point.
long by 16 foot wide. The ceiling is 8 foot high.
Also, if we end up at World War III and Russia and America are nuking each other and everyone else that's allied with either of the two, he has a place to go. It depends on what you get hit with. Like, the radiation situation, I don't think he would be that safe from. I doubt that this shed is designed to keep out radiation. But if it's just destruction, if it's just walls of flame on the surface, then this is pretty solid.
In the centre, the whole thing is covered in about 1 foot of concrete. It's a tiny bit thinner in some places, and it's a tiny bit thicker in some places. The distance between the top of the ceiling and the surface is just under 3 foot. About 18 inches, nearly half of that, is concrete, and also within that concrete is a load of steel beams for extra strength. Now, in August 2020, it will be about 5 years old, and I'm standing here, and it does not look any different.
Oh my god,
to the day we
it's
made
had this
it.
for
There
5
is
years
even
already.
still footprints on
This
the
was a
ceiling
long
from when
video
the
coming.
sheets of metal were stood in a heap at the top of the hole.
The government
Now, there's a few
sold
other
off
marks.
bunkers
I've got
15
some
years
black
ago.
soot up on the ceiling here because I've got a flamethrower
You wanted one but didn't have the
guitar.
funds?
We filmed that video down here. I've been
I mean, not many people in many places would have the means to be able to have something like this. Cool if you can muster it. It's a rad novelty thing to have that would potentially have great productive use if certain things were to happen, unlikely as they may be. Minus hope, that was an autocomplete. Oh, okay. It just shoved that in for you.
basically flamethrower in the ceiling because you can do that down here. It's a metal box. The ceiling will not catch fire. This is one of the things that I actually use it for. It's a pretty good set because it's a constant. The lighting's
Why would
always
you
the
be
same.
regularly wanting
There's
to
no
flamethrower the
road
ceiling
noise.
anyway?
There's no wind down here or anything.
That's random.
The Deus Ex video of me with my arm-mounted rocket launchers, I filmed that down here. We can fire fireworks down here. It doesn't matter. There's a burn mark on the ceiling down there where we blew a drone up. It's brilliant for that. So I get asked,
I'm guessing he doesn't make videos
Yes,
like
I
that
do.
down here
Other
anymore
than
since he's
filming
turned it
here,
into a
I've
man
got
cave.
my 3D printer down here. That can be whirring away all night. It's not going to keep anybody up. I watched the Formula 1 down here because it's got Sky TV. Also, Rick, who helps me out, he's in a blues band. This is the ultimate band practice room.
Fair. There's something really punk about performing with your band inside a underground bunker. I imagine if you were standing right above it, you might hear
Ejector bed,
something just slightly
Thermite
and wonder where
launcher,
it's coming from.
Assassin's Creed grappling hook, Wolverine claws, spinning belt of knives, firework
Holy
rocket
shit,
launcher,
that's really dangerous.
flamethrower guitar, multiple world records.
They have no
fold-out
noisy
metal
neighbors, no
shield,
cooking fumes,
wrist-mounted
cheap
flamethrowers,
heating.
turkey cooking machine, magnetic shoes, wrist-mounted hydraulic jaws, hydraulic scissor shoes. That's a lot of cool
Cute.
stuff. You should probably subscribe. But what's it like as a room? Well, temperature-wise, 12 degrees all year round. Ventilation, Got a high level one above
12
the door,
degrees.
a low level one in this corner.
Quite
Now that's
low.
got a fan in front of it, but we don't actually use that anymore. It kind of self-circulates itself, and you never come down here. It's never damp. It never stinks, never leaked. The walls haven't gone rusted. The only problem we've had is a bit of condensation in the tunnel from when the band are in here, but it turns out you solve that, A, by lacquering it, and B, by putting a duvet up, and then it stops all the hot air from going in there. Fantastic. I wouldn't make it any differently if I was to do it again. It's spot on. Size, everything, brilliant. Now, put a request out on my social media channels if you had any questions, and these were the most popular ones. Could you live in it? Have you ever slept down there? Have you got supplies? Well, yep, I've got some food.
Yes to all.
We've got water. We've
Oh
got
my
various
God.
other little bits and bobs.
He's actually got the
some
like
toilet rolls, but
survivalist
there's no
bunker
toilet.
stuff.
I have sat down
I think
here
there's a part of him that
times
is a
when we
little
had that heat
paranoid.
wave. Would I want to live down here? Not if I didn't have to. Mainly because there's no windows. How much did it cost?
I don't need
and
windows.
did you need
I don't even have
planning
windows in
permission
here.
for it? Yes,
I mean, I do,
did
but
have
they're
to have
never
planning
open.
Permission. Now I got it retrospectively, which was
I never
a bit
touch
of a
these
risk,
blinds.
But also it needed building regs as well, so building control had to come and check to see if they were happy with it. And in terms of costs, I can't give you an exact number because it was a sponsored project and I'm contractually obliged not to give away those sorts of things, but you'd buy a pretty decent family saloon with it. Would it ever flood? No. I live on top of a hill, so if this place floods or fills with water, a lot of other people have drowned. Will there be any additions?
What the fuck?
Well, at some point, I'd like to extend it, put like a proper bathroom in it. But of course, I've got houses behind me now, so it's not as easy getting all the rubble out. But what I am working on right now is a gasifier, so we can run engines off wood gas.
Oh, other people build houses
Will it add
behind
value
his
to your
house.
I don't
So
know.
he's now kind of
never
boxed
gonna
in.
sell
You
it,
can't
but
get the
I was
rocks
told
and the
by
rubble
an
out.
estate agent I'd have to sell the bunker with the house attached to it rather than the house with a bunker. So there we are. After 5 years,
That's interesting.
it's just as solid as the day it was built. And I encourage anyone, if you've got the space and the money, build one. It is a fantastic room to have, especially with things like they
Look at
are
all
in the
those
world at the
certificates and
moment.
awards on his
I'm pretty
walls.
glad I've got it. Now, if I have missed anything or is anything else you want to know, stick it in the comments. I'll do my best to answer it as much as possible. But before I leave you, there is
that
one
knife belt
cool
thing, I
which
can't
I've
stop staring
done
at in the
here, which
corner.
I've got to show you.
It's such a dangerous
So,
thing.
got a smoke machine, the vent's blocked up, and I'm just going to hold it on continuously. Let's wipe this place out.
Wait, why? This is how he dies, by the way. They found him like suffocated in this bunker. Noxious fumes.
I'm here.
For some reason I find this really
See you
concerning.
in the next video.
This guy's just having a good time with his life. So, what kind of degrees does he have? You seem to have a lot on the wall. Wait, where's his about page?
Not so long
No,
ago.
don't talk to me. Channel is the home of crazy inventions, brilliant work records, constantly described by health safety, guaranteed not to be disappointed with videos from... Damn. I was hoping there'd be kind of a bit of a bio, like what his background is. Because he definitely has done engineering type stuff, right? $13.1 million subscribers in just 400 videos. Damn, dude. People are loving it. He's doing good work, though. That stuff was pretty fun. Hoopa. I'll stop wrapping up soon. I'm just being a bit stretchy. Come on, gowns, stay closed. We're not making OnlyFans. Oh, just a quick one before I go as well, because I did see that this had dropped, and I am kind of curious. Alien has a TV show. It's called Alien: Earth. Earth impact imminent. That's the only thing the synopsis says. Oh no, here's more. When a mysterious space vessel crash lands on Earth, a young woman and a ragtag group of tactical soldiers make a fateful discovery that puts them face to face with the planet's greatest threat. So basically, the Alien franchise, they've finally brought the threat to Earth, but they're doing it as a TV show on FX. I don't know how to feel about that. It sounds like a bit of a cheap way to do a story turn in the franchise that's been a long time coming. Ever since Alien 3, which was originally meant to take place on Earth. Thanks for the stream. Always nice to hear videos. Oh yeah, it's a bit of fun. Nice to do something different for a change before I have to go back to playing Tales of Arise. But I should be able to finish it next week. Couple more streams, maybe 2. We'll see. Be nice to be clear of that and move on to something. But I've been having a good time. Oh, it premieres on Hulu. And Hulu with Disney Plus. Oh, okay. AVP brought aliens to Earth. Oh, I mean, the real Alien movies. The AVP spin-offs are unfortunate. They're not very good. But then again, what else do you expect from Paul W.S. Anderson? That man is a bane on my existence when it comes to film directing. I really don't like anything he makes. Back in the day, I kind of liked Event Horizon, but it doesn't hold up. It's way cheesier and more trashy than I remember it being if you watch it now. I think when I was younger, I just liked the cosmic horror psychological aspect of it, the fear of the unknown, Lovecraftian aspects of it. But it's a pretty trashy way to go about it by today's standards, like in terms of technical filmmaking. It's there's some things about it that are funny by today's standards, to be honest. I remember being scary. Watch it now as an adult, and it's like there's some stuff in there that's just absolutely side-splitting. The whole thing about Sam Neill being overcome by the madness and gouging out his own eyes, and the next time you see him, they're like, "What happened to your eyes?" And he's like, "Where we're going, we don't need eyes." And it's like, "Oh, do you mean hell?" Is how I felt when I was a kid. Ooh, that's creepy. As an adult, I'm like, didn't mean you had to gouge them out, though. If you go to church, you don't need your dick, but it doesn't mean you rip it off and keep it in a Tupperware container. It just doesn't hold up to scrutiny. Never liked Event Horizon. Should ask you about it at some time. Oh, it's for the 90s, and if you're young, it's a good introduction to Lovecraftian, fear of the unknown, cosmic horror flavors. But as an adult, watching it in the 2020s, the 90s trashiness of it really comes through. Like, it's definitely something that doesn't hold up outside of its era. You found it unrealistic? The setting was not believable? I didn't have those kind of issues, but like I said, I was younger. The idea of space being endless, but not knowing what's out there in the endless, and the idea that if you go out far enough, space becomes something unfathomable. This is where we get to the Lovecraftian cosmic horror stuff. The Lovecraftian stuff is always about the fear of the unknown, like the idea of something being so unfeasible to the human brain. Like, you just can't wrap your head around how it functions because it's just so outside of our purview of reality that it just would drive you insane to even try to comprehend it. Like, there's a bit of that flavor in Event Horizon, and it's like Event Horizon would be a great remake. I always thought that, like, what remake should be entirely films that either didn't work or were bad when they first came out, or were movies that were fine for their time but don't hold up. So Event Horizon, fine movie for the 90s if you're within a certain age bracket. As an adult in 2025, take some of the ideas from Event Horizon, the concept of a ship designed to go beyond the known universe that we are aware of, but we don't know what's there. So you're essentially diving directly into who knows what. And then it doesn't come back. And then one day it randomly is found floating around back in our solar system. Where did it come from? Why? Where's it been this whole time? Maybe we should get aboard and find out. Perfect setup to cosmic horror, to that pure Lovecraftian, fear of the unknown stuff. Great setup. Take that same setup, just new director, new tone. Take it more seriously. Don't be so trashy and gore obsessed. Focus more on the psychology of it. We don't have to get to the point where we hit it on the nose of like, oh, beyond the known universe, the universe essentially turns into hell. It basically becomes the fucking underworld. And it's all just screaming demons and people ripping their own skin off. It's like, we don't ever have to hit the nail on the head there. But the question and the paranoia of what is out there, what the ship has been through, what it's seen, what happened to the people on board. Is it hell? Is it simply hellish? Is it a part of space where reality bends and distorts to the point where it stops making sense and it just absolutely tears apart the human mind to even be there, making it a kind of a hell, not the literal hell, not in a biblical sense, but a place that is unfathomable, that, where we belong, where we exist, and how we wrap our heads around what's around us, it's not for out there. It cannot exist out there. That becomes something entirely different. I want more science fiction that deals with the furthest reaches of the known universe, but play with it. What if you kept going and it was space, and it was more space, and it was more space? It was space, it was space, it was space. The stars start to dwindle. There's less stars. Where's the twinkling going? We go out further. More space, more space. Barely any stars. It's starting to become pitch black. Are we so far out now that celestial bodies are no longer forming out here? Keep going. More space. It's now pitch black. We're so far out that the nearest solar system and its star is not even visible anymore. There's no stars. We keep going. The ship is slowing down. Why? Space out here is thicker. It's more like a molasses. Not physically, but what's holding us back? Keep going. It's turning gray. Why is the black turning gray? It's a void. There should be no color. Why is it gray? Why is the gray turning white? Why is space gradually turning into a white void? Almost like we're leaving the known realms of what we think of as space and essentially going into a construct. Now it's pitch white. It's blindingly white. It's almost maddeningly white. There's white as far as the eye can see. Is there an end to this? Are we going to reach a wall? In an endless void, what kind of form does a wall take? If there's a wall, there has to be an other side of a wall. What's past the wall? What's past the end of space? If you could break through that wall, what would you see? I'm losing my fucking mind right now talking about this. But this is what I'm talking about. Cosmic horror. Cosmic horror, the fear of the unknown, is about ideas. It's about thinking about things that are hard to think about because they can't really... It's like we don't know what it is, but we're trying to describe something that's indescribable. It's fascinating stuff. I love it. And Lovecraft is very good at it. Oh, System Shock 2 intro. System Shock and Event Horizon did the same around the same time. I mean, yeah, that was the era to start playing with things like that. Games and movies. Just they were very heavy-handed with it, most of them, unfortunately.
Pathetic creature of meat and bone.
How good is what's her name again? Shogun? Am I thinking about the right franchise here? Why am I mental blanking on this? The AI. You would have fun with Stanley Kubrick talking about the ending to 2000. Oh, I've seen so much. Like, I've watched that movie so many times. I've studied it in film school. I've watched so many documentaries and specials about it. talked about that movie endlessly. Good movie, though. Some interesting stuff to wrap your noodle around. We love wrapping our noodles, though. Shodan. What did I say? Shogun? Sorry, I was close. It was Shodan.
My corridors. How can you challenge
Shodan was
a perfect,
very well
immortal machine?
voice acted and modulated. There's something about her voice that's chilling.
To inherit the earth. That image was snuffed out by the
I remember
hacker
this.
who created her.
It also is got a little bit of that, doesn't hold up entirely to your memories of it. Like you remember it, for example, you remember it being more chilling, more cold, more dark. But then
In 2072,
But then you get music like this.
a rogue artificial intelligence known as Shodan.
Anyway, hang on.
This incredible journey is the result of teamwork between the UN
So
and
there's a little bit of a level
and the
of
incredible
cheesiness to this
scientific minds of the newly
that is not like
relicensed
how my
Corporation.
mind remembers System Shock.
Imagine being able to travel to
This is
distant
kind of what I
star
mean
systems.
by when things are good at the time when they happened, when you experience them, and as you get older, your brain kind of like adapts it to still be cool by the standards that you think things are cool now. So you remember it differently. And then you see footage of the real thing, and there's so many things about it that's so much more lo-fi, more cheesy,
Systems in a period
more
of weeks.
nail on
It's
the head
all
than
part
you
of TRIOP's commitment to the future.
than you
The
remember.
Von Braun is packed with over 1.8 billion flight, scientific, and security systems, nearly all developed by TriOptimum and its wholly owned subsidiaries.
And now they're all dead.
Providing security for the Von Braun as she plows through the heavens will be the UNN Rickenbacker. At her helm will be no
I
less than
wanna
Captain
see
William
more
Bedford
System Shock
Diego
content.
himself, hero of the Battle of Boston Harbor during the
I know we've
Eastern
had
States
remakes
Police
of
action.
System Shock and System Shock 2, like
This incredible
remasters and
union of
remakes
government and corporation is made
recently.
possible by an intricate series of docking mechanisms
But I want to see some
that will allow
a
the
legitimate
Rickenbacker to
System
piggyback
Shock
its way into
sequel.
jump space. Sweet.
Like BioShock was one hell of a sidestep for that whole like
Fast. Revolutionary. Who knows what wonders await
that
our
whole
crews in
company.
the bosom of the cosmos. All we do
Take what you've
know
learned on
is that
BioShock and take us back to
great
System
day
Shock, I
for
think.
mankind.
Is it the second, different to the first? Yeah, the second one is the one I have more memories of.
This is Dr. Louis Delacroix of the UNN Von Braun. We've been hijacked against you.
This is so alien. I love how alien this is. Which is fitting because I'm about to watch the Alien TV show trailer, which I almost forgot about. It's not like the game either, it's meant to be a corporate video. Yeah, it's fair. I'm trying to think that what director I would want to remake Event Horizon with today's lens. I can't remember entirely, but I think it was Gore Verbinski that was going to make H.P. Lovecraft's Into the Mountains of Madness, and I think Tom Cruise was initially gonna star in some fashion as well. And I think he walked away from it because the production company refused to allow him to take the R rating. He wanted to have an R rating for the film, and they said no. Ultimately, like the negotiations didn't really pan out for him. He didn't really get what he wanted, and he was just like, he loves H.P. Lovecraft and he loves that particular story, and he refused to be forced to cram it into a PG-13 rating and not be able to do it justice, so he walked from the thing. That makes me wonder what it would be like to enlist Gore Verbinski to make an Event Horizon remake. I think he could probably do something with that, because he clearly has a love for cosmic horror and for Lovecraftian content. So he could be able to do something good with that. I think Guillermo del Toro also showed interest in the same Lovecraft story at one point. Would be nice. It's hard to make, but it'd also be a short story. Yeah, you need a creator that understands the text well enough to be able to adapt it into a larger form. The danger with something like Mountains of Madness, which is the danger with most short stories, is that it needs to be expanded. You need a creator that loves and understands the text so closely that they're able to actually extract it outwards into a larger form. More locations, more characters, more plot points, like more needs to happen than probably what just occurs in the short story. So there's going to be a lot of invention, a lot of adding to the text. So if you don't have someone that lives and breathes that Mountains of Madness, you're going to get some trash. They're just going to shove some stupid shit in there, some horror movie blueprint nonsense. Like, you want someone who really knows what they're doing to build on it. That's what you're looking for. You don't want bullshit tacked onto it. You want someone to build on what's there and make what was there in the short story bigger and better. Because a feature film, compared to a short story, has got more time, has more juice to explore the themes that the short story was about. And that's the key. If you understand the theme of the short and how the short is going about achieving or conversing with that theme, that's how you figure out how to add to it, how to pull it outwards into a larger form, and still essentially accomplish the same thing, but with more ingredients, and which means you can probably get closer to the core of the theme than the short story even did, if you do it correctly. You can also get further away, which is the problem. The thing with the short story is that it has a very small amount of time. So in that small amount of time, with just a few ingredients, it has to hit the theme directly. Bullseye. No fat. No bullshit. No dancing around the margins. Once you have to extrapolate that into a feature-length form, that's a lot of extra space to fill with nonsense. That's a lot of danger. Like, that can turn into fat, can turn into pointless horror movie bullshit very easily. Like, you have to be very good at your craft to be able to cohesively fill out that time with content that does nothing but add to what the short story was accomplishing, and not just biding time to fill out the clock so that once you hit the 90-minute mark, okay, you're officially a feature film, we've done it, roll credits. Not an easy feat. I would only trust that kind of adaptation to a real filmmaker. And some do it better than others. Like, The Mist, for example, is a short story turned to a feature film that some love, some hate. Like, it's a bit divisive. But it's got the thumbs up from Stephen King. In particular, the way they changed the ending. They redid the ending to the Mist for the feature film in a way that makes it a lot more brutal and tragic, which Stephen King loved. And I think he was on the record as saying, if I had thought of that first, then he would have written it that way in the book. So he was quite in love with that. Some people hate it. There's some people find the ending to the movie version so bleak and so directly in your face bleak that it almost becomes comedy. Like, some people laugh it off like, that's so fucked up that I'm not taking it seriously anymore. I'm actually kind of laughing now, which is an interesting reaction. Wasn't my reaction. I was more fascinated because I'd read the book before I'd seen the movie. So it kind of, my jaw was kind of on the floor with that one because I didn't see it coming. But then I was kind of like, okay, nice. You went there. You went straight for the balls. Good job. It's nice to see people making strong decisions. Don't pussyfoot. If you're going to make a decision, put your neck into it. Like, you know what I mean? Don't just kind of, half measure it. Go for the jugular. Some people won't survive it. Some people walk out going, that was stupid, but you risk losing those people to really get the people that are going to love it.
Restoring patient memory. Restoring memory. Restoring memory.
It's funny how, like, I vaguely remember some of this in my subconscious, and some of it I don't.
This is Dr. Janice Polito of the computer ops staff of the Von Braun. You're safe for the time being.
You're recovering from the effects of surgery and will be unable to remember any of the events of the last few weeks.
Goddamn.
You're on board the starship Von Braun and something's gone very, very wrong. Some
Pause.
kind of...
That rhymed. You're on board the starship Von Braun and something's gone very, very wrong. It's a Dan Bull track.
Volunteer to be implanted with some
This
experimental
3D model is ridiculous.
cybernetic implants.
Very angular.
Rely on your cyber interface. It just might save your life. Eyes open. They're after us both now.
Interesting. Wasn't there a System Shock 3? I thought they were making that. Where did that go? What happened to System Shock 3? Oh, someone asked that question on Reddit. Been dead for years now. Ah, what? Warren Spector was involved, but he left 2019. As of 2023, there are no new updates on the game. Vaporware, we lost it. Went down the drain. We got close. It almost happened. I remember the trailer, man. In fact, YouTube had it in 2019. Yeah. We're never going to see this now, apparently. Look at this. This is an early build of what was almost System Shock 3. As of 2019. Time of death. I mean, who knows if it would have been good. I mean, it could have gone either way, but I would like to have seen an attempt. And why did we stop?
Your species does not, in its current form, work as designed.
It's good to hear that voice again.
Yet you resist. Your kind always reacts with violence.
Violence?
Your futile struggles entertain me. Our little dance has only just begun.
She's the... Cool facial animation. She was the penultimate bitch AI before GLaDOS. Like, GLaDOS is our current modern times much loved bitchy AI. But like back in the day, it was Shodan. Shodan was the one who held the trophy. She has tipped her hat to GLaDOS and let her take it. She's passed on the mantle. GLaDOS is a lot funnier. Shodan is more scary, but GLaDOS brought the comedy. Fallout 3 was stuck for a long time too before being remade as 3D. Yeah, I mean, with any luck, we'll see a resurfacing of System Shock 3 at some point, but it looks like this is where it's... For now, that footage we just watched is where it ends. It's going to stay in that kind of limbo and for the near foreseeable future. That's a shame. Have you ever heard of, just quickly before I go, I'm really drifting away from this Alien trailer I was going to watch. Have you ever heard of this guy?
A worm crawled up my arm and rested on my...
I don't need a video. Mandalore. Mandalore Gaming. I quite like this guy's channel. If you ever are bored and doing work and want some second screen content. He does like, he's a guy that does like these video essays about classic gaming properties. Like he has a video about the Amnesia franchise, the original Thief games. There's Penumbra. That old Singularity first-person shooter, the Cabela's Hunting series. He deep dives on some uniquely old stuff, like Myth the Fallen Lords, which is something I remember from when I was very young and before I had a computer that could play anything like that. There's Pathfinder, the old Dead Space original release. He does some really old stuff and some really obscure, like RTSs even. There's Marathon, an RTS called Genesis Rising. There's Homeworld, Duskers, Arcanum, Steamworks of Magic Obscura. That might be one you'd be interested in. I own a copy of that game because of you, Riot. Oh, I supported him on Patreon. You started disagreeing and stopped. Oh, so you were one of his Patreon subscribers up to a point for his content. Oh, so some of his opinions on some of the games that you share an interest in weren't quite gelling. He has good older works. I I've kept up with a lot of his videos recently. The thing is, like, I'm old enough to have played a lot of the games he talks about, but because of how young I was, I didn't always have access to them. So the thing I like about his channel is that he often makes videos about games that I know about, but as a kid wasn't able to play. Or for example, with Myth. I remember playing a demo of Myth on our old PC, and it chugged a bit and didn't run very well, and I never got a chance to play the actual full games. But I do know of it because of that. So I do find it fascinating to look at his deep dives on gaming franchises that are the kind of things that when I see his thumbnail for it, it's like, wow, I remember that. That just brought back like crazy nostalgia memories of being like a child, looking at the box for that game on the shelf and looking at the pictures on the back and reading the reviews in the magazines and daydreaming about what it would be like to play that game, but not having the means, and then getting to see it fully video essayed out by someone on YouTube. I'm not as interested in the videos that he makes about anything newer. I'm very fascinated by games that are like from the 80s and the 90s that were around when I was young and that I vaguely remember existing, even if I never actually got to touch them myself. Because it's a bit like time traveling. I get to, through a video like this, I get to see a game through the lens of what it might have been like to be an adult back when I was a kid, and actually had the age and wisdom to view these games in a way that I couldn't when I was a kid, when it was all just like fancy to me. Like everything was just so cool. But like, yeah, to be in my 30s or 40s, for example, in the 80s or 90s, and to view this content through that lens is interesting to me. There's Shogo, Mobile Armor Division. I remember that game too. Aurora. See, Fear is even too recent for me. I want older than that. I was already of an age to have a job and earning money in my late teens, I think, when I got Fear and played it on an early PC that I had bought. The Witness. Oh, is that where it stops? His content is interesting because it's 13 years, 12, 11, 8. Okay. So from the Division beta, that's when he started taking YouTube seriously. The first 4 videos were between 13 and 11 years, and then there was a 3-year gap before he started making things again. I wonder why that is. Maybe it was one of those false starts where he didn't have the time to be able to edit these videos properly, so they were few and far between. And then he took a 3-year break and built up to doing this full time. You're the first person I know, I think, that knows who this is. I've only got maybe 1 or 2 other friends I think I've ever mentioned or suggested his content to, because I thought it might be relevant to them. But you're probably the first person that already knew who he was. In fact, I haven't, oh yeah, The Thing. He did a video about The Thing recently. I did play that with a friend at his house on his PlayStation. No, it was his Xbox, his original Xbox. And then I had a copy, but I never played mine because I already played the whole thing at his house. Wild. Okay, sorry. No more distractions. Alien. That was a bit of a journey. But like I was saying, this Alien TV show that's coming to Hulu, Disney Plus, and FX, it's finally bringing the whole Alien thing to Earth, which is meant to be what happened in Alien 3. And then Alien vs. Predator obviously had it, but that was pretty lame. I'm just crossing my fingers this isn't lame, because when I see the FX logo, I think cheap, and I don't want to see cheap Alien. The one good thing about that Romulus movie, people seem to be divided, but it looks good. It looks the way an Alien film should in 2025. What the fuck is happening? Oh, we're seeing from the point of view of a head crab. Oh god, I'm gonna get sick. I'm gonna hurl. That was a hectic teaser. So that's the ship full of face crabs that crashes on Earth, I'm guessing? Is that it? That's the whole teaser, alright. That was mostly CGI, I think. That entire corridor thing was entirely Unreal Engine. Cool idea, though. Imagine if the entire show was seen through the eyes of a face crab. Wouldn't that be nuts? Looked more like a trailer for a game than a series. I think other people in the comments are going to be as concerned as I am. Don't know how to feel about this. Yeah, the original poster for Alien 3 had the tagline, "On Earth, everyone can hear you scream." And then they started releasing the toy lines of all the different aliens that were going to be in Alien 3, based on like the different creatures on Earth that they were going to hatch out of. There was like a rhino alien. Like they got into a zoo. So there was like a rhino alien, like a tiger alien, like wolf, dog. Like there were all these unique animals that were going to have like xenomorphs based on them. And you could buy the toys. And a friend of mine had all the toys and we would play with them. I remember them vividly. There was a gorilla alien. And then they just pulled the plug on that entire concept. And then forced David Fincher to make it on a prison planet somewhere. With just one dog alien. Which also was a cow alien, depending on which version of the film you saw. I think maybe the theatrical release was a cow. And then they redid the CG afterwards for a re-release and the home video market, and they changed it to a dog. And then the alien was like a more spindly dog-like version of something. I don't know. It was a mess. I've been in arguments with people that, or I've even experienced arguments online where people swear by the cow version or swear by the dog version, unaware that both versions exist. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it becomes the Mandela effect thing where some people are fighting that it was never a cow, it was a dog. They're mistaken. And the other people are like, no, it was a cow, it was never a dog. You're mistaken. And they both think that they're right and the other one's wrong, without realizing that they were actually both. You weren't aware of an alien cow? I hope it was a cow. It was I might be misremembering. It might have been a horse. Let me just check. Dog or cow? Oh, it was an ox. So I was close with the cow thing. The alien is different from the ones in previous installments due to the host being quadrupedal. A dog in the theatrical cut and an ox in the assembly cut. Visual effects supervisor Woodruff decided to take the role of the creature after his company makes hired by Fox. Yeah, so the assembly cut was an ox, and then the theatrical cut was changed to a dog. So different people have seen different cuts of the movie, and without realizing that both cuts exist, people get into fights all the time over whether it was a cow or a dog. And the alien is slightly different as well that comes out of it. But yeah, it's one of those Mandela things where people always think that the other argument is wrong and they fight tooth and nail, they die on that hill. And it's like, you're technically both right. Bat cow alien crossover. You just threw bat in there? It's now a COVID xenomorph? Yeah, I think it was more... I think people generally prefer the dog version of the film because an alien bursting out of a malnourished dog is a more upsetting visual. Because human beings are obviously much more emotionally invested in dogs. Whereas cows, we generally, we kill them for food. So when you're not, the audiences aren't as rattled by a alien hatching out of a cow. But yeah, the entire Alien 3 thing is a mess. There's actual massive write-ups and docos and things you can watch and read that goes like that deep dives into it. It's quite a clusterfuck of a production. There's so many things that happened, and it's just such a mess. The more you read, the more flabbergasting it is. I use the word flabbergasting in a sentence. I'm proud of myself. Bat Cow's a DC character. Oh, I've seen him. Yeah. I think it's in the Discord, actually. Hang on. Let me just check. I swear to God I've seen Bat Cow in the Discord somewhere. Comics? Funny comic panels, maybe? Yeah. Look it. It's in my Discord. Bat Cow. Moo. It's in a thread called Just Funny Comic Panels. Like this one of Daredevil. I like this one a lot. I think out of all, there's not actually that much in this thread, but I don't know what the context of this one is, but who is this guy? His name's Swarm. He used to be a Nazi, and now he's bees. I just love this so much. I'm sure that in context it makes more sense, but I love this panel out of context so much. I don't even want to look it up, what this means. I think that's Skinny Juggernaut. And Mexican Captain America? I don't know what's going on here. But yay, fun. Bagunza. Bat Cow. Wow, this could go either way. I'm going to cross my fingers for them. They do have Timothy Oliphant, and I like him a lot. He's a great actor. He wouldn't sign up to bullshit, surely. Who's Sydney Chandler? She's the main character, apparently. I don't know you. What are you famous for? Actress and writer known for Don't Worry Darling, Pistol, and Chemistry. Don't Worry Darling. Oh. Oh no. Wait, did she write this? Because this movie bombed hard. It's Olivia Wilde's, I think, only failure as a director. It doesn't say if she was the writer or not. It's just she's an actress and writer known for. Okay, anyway, whatever. She's just the actress in this. So even if she's a terrible writer, maybe she's a good actress. To be fair, I don't know if it's the writing and Don't Worry Darling that was the problem. It might have been the direction. People roasted that movie pretty hard. What's that guy's name? Harry Styles is in it. So is Chris Pine. I think he's the villain. I need to watch this movie. I'm curious. Alien. Alright. I think 5 hours is probably enough. It's time for a cup of tea and a cupcake. Yes. I got a little tired while I was doing that. I think it's because I had these off for so long that the exhaustion level from the bright lights and the fan turned up to high behind me eventually tires your eyeballs out. That's what's good about these sunglasses, is that it's a much more relaxed way to do a Sunday stream without getting drowsy or tired. Have a nice Sunday. Well, my Sunday's gone already. It's now 3 a.m. on Monday. My Sunday stream went into the next day. But you have a nice Sunday, for whatever yours is left. I'll go try and take a bit of a nap, and then I'll try to have a good Monday. Because tomorrow is my day off to take care of some work and some archiving of my files on some hard drives. And then Tuesday I'm back to finish Tales of Arise. So when I come back Tuesday for that, I'm gonna do that daily until the game's done. So if I have to go Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, I'll do it. Because I need to get through it. We are maybe a day or two away from the Microsoft Store releasing the information for the next contracts that are up for the games on Game Pass. So if I can get Tales of Arise done before that list drops, that would be good. Because I don't know what's going to be on it, but I have some assumptions. And I want to be ready to knock off some games that I don't want to miss out on. It tends to be a common theme around here, is waiting to see every 2 weeks what they say is going to leave, and then being in a mad scramble to fit in all the games I want to play, if there's good stuff. Thankfully, Tales of Arise was not a game that was leaving, but if it does decide to leave in the next couple of months, it's done. I've cleared it out ahead of schedule, so I'll be ahead of the game. I won't have to cram 60 hours of RPG into a 2-week period, which is kind of what I'm doing now anyway, because I've been playing it a lot. But whatever. It's good to not be stressed about it, knowing I'm about to lose it. I might have to do the same for... I mentioned this before, but I might have to do the same for Lies of P and Wolong, which are both Souls-likes, but Souls-likes can take a little bit to beat. Not as much as Tales of Arise, not as much as a JRPG, but they do have a pretty chunky length, like 30 to 40 hours usually you can probably predict from that. The bigger ones. So I would like to get both those games cleared out before I run the risk of losing them to Game Pass's chopping block. Because if they come out and say, hey, by the way, Lies of P is leaving in 2 weeks, that's going to be stressful because, you know, then I have to speed through it. I don't want to do that. I need to find whatever time I can to play RPGs and Souls-likes before I have to play them. Otherwise, it's stress. Same with that game that got Indie Game of the Year. Sea of Stars. I would like to fit that in sometime before I lose that. That won an award, so I don't want to miss it. I want to be there. I want to be there for that game. Give them their playtime. Give them their hat tip. However you want to put it. All right. Good to see you, streamer. Sham passed out quite a long time ago because he just got back from Japan. He literally had got off the plane hours before he was here on this stream chatting. So it was only a matter of time before he passed out because he was jet lagged and exhausted. I didn't think he would last too long. Poor fella. All right. I'll see you sometime next week, probably. Good night.